All right, welcome back, folks. It is day 70, getting close to that big review day. Once again, Maku desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. Yesterday, we did something different, actually. Got a chance to hit up the new module drop of Neverwinter Online. Then did our customary second half of Unit 16. Which dealt with counting animals. Let's see how much we remember. Counting aminals. As per usual, when new vocabulary is introduced, we'll try to pronounce and think of the Japanese while using English. While writing English, let's see. They were grouped up pretty well yesterday, actually. It almost felt like remembering 3 or 4 things as opposed to... I think we have 15 things, technically. So, Dobutsu, right? Dobutsu. And because of Dobutsu, Inu, Neko, Chameleon. I don't even know how to spell it. Okay. Hamster. Hamster. And I think that's it for Dobutsu. And then we have the counting, right? Ipiki. I guess we're just gonna stick with this way. Ipiki. Nihiki. 3匹 and 4匹 so right, that's how we're gonna remember those for now. Thanks, Anika. Thanks. Let's see. We have Heya. Heya. And because we know Heya, we also have Sumi. And we know we can describe room and corner. Chairo. We can also remind ourselves, no, chairo. Karafuru. And I guess describing a place, this is kind of a tangent, but ninki. Ninki. pancakey. 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 These are tangents, really. But it's dealing with kahe. Kahe. You just taught me there's 2 words for corner. Yep. Oh. There are... Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Kado. I didn't consider kado. Yeah. Yeah, this is sumi. Don't know. There's also kind of one that's deceptive too, and it's for section. But section can overlap with the one introduced today, which was for ryo. So there can be like contextual overlap with kana, and ryo, and sumi, and kado. I'm still not quite sure if there's any contextual overlap on those. Like if I looked into all the usages, I haven't looked into them. But the idea of section being a corner is a section of a room, or like an area of a place. So there are those 4 words. Interestingly enough. I'm always looking for the intersection of words nowadays. I feel like I'm missing a group when it comes to counting. Oh, I am missing a group. Me. Kuchi. Mimi. Hana. Yeah, nook. Yeah, nook. Yeah, so all of these expressions have some way of defining like a section, like a area of a larger section. Like it's comprised of a smaller area of a larger section. Kona does the same thing as well, actually. And so does Dio, technically. Although they're using it as campus dorms, but Dio is a section of a larger thing as well. A daigaku, right? A daigaku. Dio no daigaku. Or the other way around. Daigaku no Dio. Interesting though. I think this is all we got yesterday. I think this is everything. So what do we have? 5, 9, 13, 16, 19. Yeah, we're way over, actually. Yesterday's section was really well grouped together. Outside of these two were tangents. So it took a little bit. These 2 were tangents. But the other ones are flowy. These are grouped. These are grouped. These are grouped. And these are grouped. So it's like only remembering 4 things. It wasn't actually remembering separate things. Usually when they're grouped very easily, I can run through them really, really quickly. We can throw in some extras too, like atama. Atama. Right? Okay. So, technically, atama was introduced to some extent. All right. So that's it. Not too bad. I think we're gonna try to do a double day today. We might go into Unit 17 today. I'm feeling better, not congested. So yeah, let's look at our words. Let's see if we missed anything. Mouth, ear, dog, hamster, brown, pancake, animals. Yep, we got all of them. Okay. All right. Let's do our review. I think I need to start doing older kanji stuff because I don't know how well I will remember these in 5 days. In another 6 days, I guess, including today. Okay.
私のアパートはキャンパスの近くです。私のアパートはキャンパスの私のアパートはキャンパスの近くです。近くです。
私のアパートはキャンパスの近くです。So, my apartment is near the campus. 私のアパートはキャンパスの近くです。Right. I still haven't really sorted out how I feel about this phrasing. For this one. So what they're taking is Andoryu no senko wa sugaku desu ka? That's what they're taking.
アンドリューの専攻は数学ですか?
I would ask it this way though. In Japanese, I would say this. I don't think I'm interpreting this as this though. Like on first glance, if someone said Andoryu no senko wa sugaku desu ka? I wouldn't think they're asking, is your major math, Andrew? So, this one was a little weird, and I got it wrong all 3 times or something like that. So I don't know how I feel about this one. Oh wait, they accept another thing. Wait. Oh, I'm a little off. What did they do? Oh, san. Never mind, san. San is the other one. San, I forgot the honorific, my bad. Because they're kind of addressing, but... You don't get the other interpretation? The other interpretation would be Andoryu-san. Andoryu-san. Senko wa sugaku desu ka? So you could say, Andrew, is your major math? Yeah. So I would say, Andoryu, sanko wa sugaku desu ka? Right? You would pause. You would say, Andoryu-san, as in like you're addressing the person, and then go about it. But instead, they made it reverse addressing. And then this phrase is asking if Andrew's major is math. So you could be addressing someone else, a non-Andrew. So you're asking a question to a non-Andrew. Yeah, it's more the wa or ga for possessiveness. Yeah, exactly. So it's a little weird. It really, in the end of the day, I don't think it matters that much. What I mean is, it's up to personal preference, right? In this way, there's some flexibility and utility, and we're getting into this misty gray area, and I kind of like it. It tells me that I don't know how to say this, but I know stuff like this could get like upsetting to some people who want to know right and wrongs, right? But to me, if a language can do this between two languages, it gives me the idea that it's flexible enough to be interesting. As in, like in English, you can ask that. Yeah, it is. It happens with dual. I don't think it's a dual problem, is what I'm saying again, which is what you're playing into my right and wrong thing. So I don't think it's a problem because it lacks context. And what lacks context to me, some people might say I'm excusing Duo for its flaws. And that's fair. It would be a flaw thing if you wanted comprehensive things. But generally, I'm imagining the many situations only because it's flawed, not because it's not flawed. If it's not flawed, then I would likely more be inclined to remember one way instead of questioning it. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. Yeah, duo prompts are very low context. There's just no context whatsoever. Yeah, you always have to introduce the subject, even though it's implicit in conversation. Exactly. That's something that Duo doesn't do either. So Duo does Duo things, and they do combination, right? They do combinatorial. So what I mean is, they take this, put it here for one lesson, then they put it at the end. Prepositional phrases come before, can go at the end and the beginning. What they do is they take 1, 2, then do 2, 1, at any of the orders. And to me, in Japanese, often you address the person first. You introduce the subject first. They are the most important thing in a lot of things, right? So you acknowledge the person. You introduce. It's kind of like English. I actually do this quite a bit, where like, if I had to choose to put the subject or like an emphasis on the subject, if it's comparing a human and a location, I tend to emphasize the human being before the rest of the location. So is Andrew with you? As if I'm talking to someone, you could say, is Andrew with you? Or are you with Andrew? Right? So you have to make those choices. And oftentimes, depending on the situation, you can gravitate towards them. But the actual question itself technically doesn't change the meaning, so to speak, like grammatically, right? And I like that. I kind of like that. It can be very frustrating. I think the people who use where it's like dead sentence construction, I get it. I definitely get it. For me, this was the most interesting thing from yesterday because it wasn't clear cut. I know that sounds a little masochistic, but sometimes you get context, you get a lot of context everywhere else. So I'm curious when I would ever say this phrase. I'm challenging myself to really figure out if I would ever say this. Is your major math, Andrew? I generally put Andrew first. I would say, Andrew, is your major math? Or you could even be, and I wouldn't go more direct than that. Honestly, if I had to pick, I would say Andoryu-san. Nani? No. Andoryu-san. Senko. Nani? Senko wa nani desu ka? What is your major? I would probably use this. So even when we're talking about these types of structure, I probably would say like Andoryu-san, senko wa nani desu ka? I think that works, right? Or do I have to use a different version of nani? I don't know yet. I'm not very confident in that type of thing at the moment. But I'd probably just ask Andrew what their major is. And I wouldn't say, what is your major, Andrew? I wouldn't say that either. I would say Andrew first. I would address the person. When do I go back to the game I played? Every Monday. Every Monday is a reset day for that. I don't know. What's your preference, Lotus? What would you do? And there's something weird about this that I feel uncomfortable. I don't think I like... I am not the biggest fan, so call me pedantic, but as much as I like the whole inference, you know, like being redundant, inference and implied stuff, I get it. It's very useful. It might sound a little pedantic or whatnot, but I like reinforcing words. Like in English, which most people do as well, right? In Japanese, they do the same, where if you're implying the subject in conversation, you don't bring them up anymore. Like, don't bring it's awkward to bring them up again, right? However, in English, people do that too. Like, when you turn into casual, you actually use a lot of implicitness. But I deliberately go the opposite direction in English. So maybe this will be a thing that I choose to be different. But in English, I would continue to use subjects like I, you, as an emphasis. Like, as opposed to shortening it, like saying, that's good, right? That's good. That's good. For example, I would say, I think that's good. So I will continue to establish that the difference between some think that's good. Even though regardless if both people know who they're talking about, I will still continue to clarify using this stuff. And a lot of times, in Japanese learning, some people say, oh, the first mistake, or the weird, like, awkward thing that Americans do is they want to input the subject in a sentence. And, you know, subjects are inferred a lot of times in their early statements, right? And oftentimes, this is because of a need. Because of a need. Due to the, like, the English writing system, right? The whole, like, subject, verb, object thing. And I disagree with this fundamentally, because I'm not thinking about grammar. I'm thinking about specificity. In this day and age, there is a lot of miscommunication. And oftentimes miscommunication comes with the lack of, dare I say, inculcation. Constantly language keeps getting pushed for efficiency, right? Efficiency over and over again. So you start truncating and inferring and implying and using lots of contextual stuff. And I talked about this earlier when people said they like the Japanese language because you don't assume a lot of things. But in fact, I found that contrary to my feelings, Japanese assumes a lot of things. And so does English. It's the user of the language that's making the assumption, not necessarily the culture and the people are making the assumptions. not necessarily the writing system. The writing system can still support being pedantic, as in you can say watashi no, watashi this, watashi that, anata this, anata that. The language itself, the system itself can support being pedantic. The culture and the people are making it less pedantic. However, because I'm an English user, I gravitate towards being pedantic. That is different from being concise. However, it can sort of sound like being more concise. So like, I think this is a great idea. Meanwhile, that person is talking about themselves or some other opinion. Oh, some people believe this to be the case. However, the majority of the people believe this to be the case, while a minority believes in a counterexample. However, I feel like this is personal, right? Meanwhile, when I'm talking to the other person, they're talking, they share an opinion, and they don't specify whether it's their opinion, someone else's opinion, or like their family's opinion, whoever the opinion is, and it's inferred most of the time. And often that leads to an incredible amount of miscommunication, because the person that they're talking to, the social norm that they're talking to is, oh, I figured you already understood that I'm expressing my opinion, right? And Japanese does this a lot already. And yes, it works really well if everyone is Japanese, or if everyone has the same cultural and social norms. But as your language expands to other cultures and other people, right? Other people learning your language. My take on this is that as a person who speaks English, I gravitate towards being pedantic, because I can't rest on the assumption and the comfort that everyone has the same implicit inferences I have. And that's where the Japanese language had become a little bit of a weird philosophical and cultural clash with me. I really didn't expect this so soon, but lots of the inferences, like, yes, we talked about aru and iru, what is animate and what is not animate, what is considered polite but still business, what's considered distant, being polite means being distant. That kind of thing comes up a lot. But we're also talking about a language that's almost exclusively monocultural, and the people who want to learn the language assumes adherence and assimilation into that monocultural implication. English doesn't do that anymore, because there are more people outside. So whenever an American expresses something, they would be challenged for their perceptions of their own language, right? The language that they use. And then if you go to Great Britain, you're going to be challenged with the perception of UK's English. So now I'm at this really weird intersection where I like to use languages to be intentionally pedantic versus being efficient. I know that a lot of people say being efficient also leads to being concise, but that is not true. That is not wholly true. If the person is being pedantic, sure, being efficient will make them cut out extra words and be more concise, but they're not one-to-one. These characteristics in a language are not one-to-one ratios. They're often misunderstood. Like when you write a sentence, right? When you write a sentence, I like sports or something. And then you say something like, soccer, sorry international folks, soccer is fun, right? Because of the context of I, you're likely to think that you're saying, I think soccer is fun, because the first one said, I like sports. So it follows that I think soccer is fun. However, you could be saying, other people think soccer is fun, right? Or I agree with other people that other people think soccer is fun, or both I and other people think soccer is fun, and sometimes people truncate it to we. Just so you know, we and both I and other people have two different meanings. It's a subtlety of English, right? So what is the difference between saying we and both I and other? You're saying you separately think it's fun. That's implicating that you may not necessarily think of why it's fun the same way that other people do. When you say we, you're collectively representing a lot of people who you probably don't know. So in English, much like I'm worried about Japanese, lots of people say we. In what capacity? It's not concise enough. This is not concise. It is efficient. It is efficient for sure, right? It is efficient, and also presumptuous. So these types of language is like pervasive now in English, especially on the internet. We. So we, does that mean both you and your followers, as in those who agree with you, or you and parasocial people, as in people who don't know you exist, right? Or we, as in figuratively approximate. So many of these involve being concise. So a lot of times conciseness mean you become less efficient. So for example, when I try to describe statistics, the word count goes up. Word count goes up. It doesn't go down. It doesn't become more efficient. Conciseness doesn't necessarily mean reduce your word count and then use words that are far more like hard to understand, multiple meanings, like not to use more sophisticated words. Conciseness is an art of removing miscommunication. But it's ironic. It was a little ironic to me because a language that is constantly characterized as being exact, right? Quite exact doesn't lead to more conciseness, in my opinion. It actually predicates on presumptions. And as someone from outside, I think a lot of the miscommunication that people talk about when using certain words and using other words, it's gonna be there because it's a language that operates on so many presumptions, and these are the rules that gives it that exact feeling. But I think it's kind of a funny feeling I'm getting, and you're wondering like, what does this all have to do with this? It's exactly what I'm experiencing now. When I see, is your major math, Andrew, and I'm asked to say a Japanese phrase, I'm going to say a Japanese phrase in a certain manner of speak, and it may end up being more English, but more so in a reflection, I guess, my pushback or habit of being more concise. And that may come at odds to the Japanese culture, as in like, it's gonna make me sound weird, but naturally I don't want to make these inferences. I really don't. Like, for example, inferring that I have to be casual speak with someone I hold dear, right? And it's tough because I'm not Japanese. So that's kind of one of those things that I'm tackling right now. Like I still speak a very, it might be like some people might say, oh, it's a loss in translation because you want to show your endearment by using casual speak. That's fair. I understand it. And I'm probably going to try to do that, to behave like Japanese culture. But the moment I leave Japan, in my opinion, leave Japan or not in Japan, or maybe not even talking to a to a non-Japanese Japanese speaker, like my friends, like, or people I'm gonna meet in the future, I'm going to use formal Japanese because it resonates with my culture, the culture that I have a background. So the question is, does this become what someone mentioned before, fake Japanese? Much like how Chinese food, right? This came up before. Fake Chinese food is not fake Chinese food. It's American Chinese food. As in, you adjust the thing you know how to do to the new culture. It's pragmatic. So I like being very formal with all my fellow Japanese English speakers because they can interpret it as me being incredibly formal. I'm a very formal person. And you might be thinking, well, Japanese people would think you're very distant and stuff. It's like, I am very distant. Like, it takes a lot for me to form a relationship with someone. I mean, like, that is kind of the Asian thing, really. My social norm is that if I'm going out of my way to be formal with you, I care about you, but it takes a very long time to be casual. So there's so many like layers of self-contradiction here that I'm kind of struggling with, in a sense, where like I think I will typically always speak in the formal because I feel so distant from the Japanese culture when it comes to their approach to demonstrating endearment with casual speak. I do still use casual speak a lot in English. However, it comes with great lengths. So many things. I think it's so rich, the idea of keigo, and what was the other one, like tai keigo, like even higher than that. So that's really cool. It got me thinking quite a bit. It got me quite thinking a lot. I think the hyper inference is I see the consequences of English. However, I'm curious if Japanese will follow the same miscommunications, or any other language that ends up approaching and caressing the 50-50 mark, right? Maybe another 10 years, due to like expanded internet culture, that Spanish and French, that's where the rates are coming. And I'm gonna put this in quotes, Indian of Indian origin. I don't know about Chinese. I think Chinese's rate isn't high enough. In another 10 years, when their non-native actually then exceeds 50%. Sorry, it's the other way around. Exceeds 50%. I'm really curious how these languages are going to adopt the same thing that I'm talking about with English. Like how their systems and writing systems gonna adjust to the thing that's facing English, which is that culturalisms and the people using the language is defining the behavior of the language. So like what happens when you talk to a European person? They could be coming from a country that uses direct language. So when they use English, they use verbal, like their diction and their way of communicating is incredibly direct, right? And that changes the rules, what we call the social norms, right? And social norms, social norm behavior are part of any language that has like 80% or more of native speak. They have social norms, and those social norms are treated like rules. As opposed to English, which, who's dictating the social norms? Definitely not Americans. Not American English speakers, because whenever they say something, the first comment you get probably is, not all of us speak American English are in the United States, right? So it's a talk about culturalism and the people using the language most of the time, not the language itself. And Japanese has a long way, so the stuff that I say, technically I will probably assimilate. I'll try to assimilate the Japanese cultural uses of their language, as opposed to this word that I swear people use so often now. I've been bombarded on YouTube, so this is kind of my story for today, I suppose. It's not long enough for a digression, but the use of the word real and fake came up multiple times. Like, oh, hey, don't use a textbook. Textbook teaches you fake Japanese. Real Japanese sounds like this. Like, don't learn this because that's fake English. You don't want to learn fake English from Americans. You want to learn real English from British people. Just like someone who would throw and say they're fake Chinese stuff and real Chinese stuff. This is English in a nutshell. And it's not the idea that these words are ambivalent or ambiguous in English. It's the people the culture and the people behind the use of these words. Like for other places in the world, being fake is not necessarily offensive, or being fake doesn't mean not genuine. And then there are places where being fake is not genuine, right? So these meanings and rules of using these words have become hyper realized in the native countries, in the countries that of origin, which one of them is America or the United States and the UK. They've become like a little bit hyper aware because of its exposure of its language to all the other ones. So now everyone has a say in what the social norm is of word usage. Let's see what happens to Spanish, French, possibly Hindi. It's not going to happen to Japanese anytime soon, because Japanese language learners are incredibly passionate and they assimilate, as opposed to, I don't have a better word, but deviate. I guess the word is deviate. Instead of assimilating, they become, I guess, specializing. So there's not a big enough population to be like, I'm in Japanese, like a English Japanese speaker, for example. There's not enough to constitute another social norm, another niche. So all my consumptions of recent language stuff, that's where it's coming from. Maybe I'll make this into a digression. Yeah, let's pull the trigger. Let's talk more about this, right? Actually, that's about all I have to say. No, we're fine. It's related to this topic. I'm looking forward to leave it on a very interesting, fun note, right? I don't want to make it sound negative or positive, because I'm indifferent. It is an adaptation of the human condition, right? If a lot of people are like you, you'll create social norms around you, right? And I'm looking forward to the next 10 years. I'm curious how the intersection of popularity intersects with the human condition, and how that affects the social norms and cultural uses of different languages. It's so fascinating. If I hadn't started learning the Japanese language, I would not be so enthralled and intrigued by the current social and cultural drift that is facilitated by language use or reflected in language use. Constantly we talk about like regional censorship or regional sensitivity to the English language, largely because there are many regional English things, so everyone has an opinion, right? I'm curious in the future what that will be like when the norm is to have regional differences in social norms in English, when English is not the only language specifically to have enough micro communities or even competitive macro communities, right? Oftentimes you don't have this duality. As far as I am concerned, English is one of the longest competitive dualities of their usage. Great Britain and American English, right? American English, British English, right? That rivalry has now splintered into many more rivalries, right? So they're competing and talking about social norms against each other to like keep in check and whatnot. And maybe the language will become all of that. I don't know. But probably the next closest thing could be like, yeah, I don't know, Cantonese and Mandarin, right? So I'm so curious. And then you have Spanish. Spanish has essences of that because Spanish is the next one. I'm not so sure about French. I don't know enough about French, but in terms of Spanish, we don't have to talk about Spanish, about their specialization, right? There's enough of Spanish around to constitute a rivalry and competitive social norms. I mean, it goes beyond Hispanic and Spain, right? You know, Latin America and Spain. And then we even have Portuguese, right? Brazil and Portugal. So as languages expand, I'm curious when we'll reach, I'm going to say 10 years. I'm going to give it 10 years when the norm is to have disagreements about a parental language versus right now, in my opinion, statistically, you are still more likely to have a homocultural perspective on language, as in this is the right way and this is the wrong way to use, quote unquote, our language, right? And Japan is probably going to continue to be one of those countries. And I can't wait to start going into Mandarin, which is kind of in between Spanish and Japanese when it comes to like diaspora adoption, like things that deal with dispersion of people, and then regionally confined learners, right? Culturally removed, dispersed from the origin, right? So, and then we'll hit Spanish, and it will probably be a very, very night and day experience with Spanish because it comes with the expectations and the exceptions that social norms may vary quite a lot. In English, it's the wild, wild west. It's messy because whoever you talk to is likely going to vary substantially in dialectal use, right? Diction, and it's been a wild ride. I think Japanese couldn't be more culturally monocultural than coming from any other language than English. I think a lot of the difficulties actually is rooted in the usage and the nuances that we keep referring to. I don't necessarily think it's due to the mechanic use of the language system or the grammar. I know this might be a little hot takey, and yeah, we're gonna put this as like a 30-minute video in my talk, my thought is maybe in another 10 years or so, Japanese will materialize into something else where they will adjust, because you can already see the influence of katakana, right? The system that writing to adapt and be able to change with outside influence. So katakana allows, it's a formal system that allows the adoption. English, on the other hand, technically there isn't like a formal distinct thing, but what English does is the rules that didn't exist in its majority tends to be something that is adopted. Like when things violate the statistical norm, but it's become so eclectic now, it's difficult to even discern what is an adopted mechanic and what isn't, like mechanistically, right? And I'm looking forward to how Spanish adjusts to its global influence. French, Japan, you can kind of see it, but I earnestly think because of its culturalism, conformity is far more exuding in their culture. So when you learn Japanese, it's about capturing and being able to live in the nuance of their language, not our language. That's very different perspective. You're not adopting Japanese into your lexicon. You're joining the lexicon of Japanese people. You are joining their community. You aren't becoming a contributor of it, right? So that's, in my opinion, a way different experience. It's such a different experience learning Japanese. When you learn English, it's often like, oh, well, all right, but can I say it this way? It's like, sure, you can. Of course. But the people around you, do they say it that way? Sure. Then that's the way you say it. Wherever you are, you have enough people around you to reinforce a specific diction and use, which certainly if you go up to someone and try to join a community like you would do Japanese, for example, you're in Germany and you learn English, right? You're in Germany and you learn English and you learn around your community. So there will be social norms. But certainly you can still go out and into like USA's community. Then you're doing what Japanese learners have to do. Like over 90% of Japanese learners have to do this. They have to transition out of their community, right? They have to leave their community and enter another community. So you are joining a community. You aren't expanding your existing community. In English, usually the community that you have can almost outweigh the community that you may or may not want to go into. It's not obligatory for a German person who's learning English to sound like an American speaker. It's not mandatory. Like you don't have to like suddenly lose whatever social norms you have in English. It's actually quite acceptable because like I said before, the US community in American English is smaller. It's smaller than the rest of the world now. It's smaller than the rest. So their populations are sufficient enough where they constitute a large enough population that they could stay in here. So you have Chinese English, right? You have, I met a person who made this excuse, like rationale, like Dutch English. Dutch English is incredibly direct, and at the current time, I represent even in the United States, it's broken up into regions, right? So I just happen to be part of that region of the population where my diction is very indirect, right? In fact, the whole direct versus indirect thing is kind of splintered the United States in half. It's like 50-50. For every one person who's incredibly indirect or trying to preserve political correctness, there might be one who's very direct and in your face. So that is splintered. So due to the variance, and this is, you might be thinking like, well, other countries can do this too. Yeah, but it's very accentuated in the United States because of its mosaicism, or most people would use the word diversity prone, because I am part of that situation, and that's painted my kind of colored my perspective on learning Japanese. I get the whole like appreciation for nuance, and I love that. Now I'm kind of curious. I'm always that I tend to be that guy where when I learn something, I want to leave a part of myself in it. Like what am I contributing to it? I like being a contributor. I don't like being a peddler or a panderer. So yes, I really love the nuance of the Japanese culture. And I'm saying Japanese culture because part of the culture, it's its language. At the same time, I want to bring some of the English, and specifically the American English. And this is going to be a hot topic because people don't like this. I totally understand the whole idea of purity, heritage. I get it. I understand. Like preservation, purity, preservation, heritage. One thing I have to say about that is when it comes to the human condition, the most rewarding thing about living and being part of the human line is being a contributor. So even cultures change, right? Cultures change. As to humans, it's a human condition. And when humans want to be sort of significant, they want to find some significance at some point, right? And closure. And because of my desire to want to contribute something, I started this Duolingo thing, right? And all these conversations that I'm having, digressions and stuff, is my way of trying to indirectly contribute something without adulterating, is what the word a lot of more direct and aggressive people would say. Adulterating something that's pure, something that is incredibly wonderful in its isolated state. So obviously, when I say indirect is, I'm not going to go out of my way to go to Japan and tell them what to do. It's their culture. It's their language. So naturally, with the most humblest respect I can have, yesterday's conversation about like Japanglish, right? I constantly worry about the comments I make online. I'm one of the things that make this less not as important is because I'm not a main character. I am not a main character, and I usually don't hold myself as a main character, right? So I really hope that, for better or for worse, I fear that one day the things I say about like Japanglish and hybrid language use may resonate with people. I don't want to necessarily make it so that it is wrong to be a preservationist, a purist, and a heritage, like a heritage-focused person, right? Much like I like my lifestyle of being a generalist. It's not to say that people shouldn't strive to be specialists, right? The reason why I embrace my lifestyle as a generalist is generalist people are exploratory. They like learning and discovering new things more so than a specialist. If you compare you as a specialist with you as a generalist, you're more likely to spend a disproportionate amount of time focusing on the things that you're very good at, that you focus on due to happenstance or whatever self-interest. A generalist is often, to me, kind of necessary. This idea of generalist idea is kind of necessary to even consider language learning. Largely, if your language is English, right? You don't really it's very difficult to make an argument for how much return am I getting if I continue to dedicate more time to learning another language, right? So that pragmatism tends to rear its resistance for trying to expand your cultural understanding and language learning. So to me, I may seem more appealing when it comes to talking about approaches to acquiring a new language or something like that. But at the same time, I sleep at night and I'm about to go to bed and I look on YouTube algorithm and I get slammed with like 40 or 50 YouTubers who are far, far more influential. In fact, they might represent gold standards, and they're largely insurmountable oppositions to what I just said now about the idea of being a contributor and creating alternative language learning environments that takes on a life of their own, right? Because what it would do is it would create competition to the purity and preservation of whatever the social norms of a language is. And I have to accept the idea that I will constantly feel this way because I speak English. I read and speak English. If there are other native English speakers out there, or maybe even native-like people who have their own communities, naturally you would understand in the sense that everyone has an opinion on the English you speak, largely because you belong to a community that is also separated from maybe a larger community or an opposing or competitive community that speaks the same language, technically. And it might get to the point where the English diction is so desperate that it's hard to understand each other. There are examples of that already in existence, where the diction and not necessarily the writing conventions and the sound and the alphabet, they don't differ, but the diction is so desperate that it is very difficult to understand for a quote unquote, a lot of people call it a rudimentary language. Well, my only thought as a generalist, someone who's focused on bigger pictures rather than the finer nuances, I suppose, in specializing, it doesn't take a far step back to see that the language that is most difficult is the language that has in my opinion, the biggest diversity in social norms, cultural users, and almost proportional competition in their use, because that creates noise. It creates quote unquote infighting on what is the social norm. So when you go out and say things like this, like we talked about this so often when learning Japanese, like how would you express this in Japanese? And you can actually come to a consensus still. This is a really, really exceptional time to learn Japanese, because even though the people who are joining the Japanese community, right? Japanese learners are joining the Japanese community. You see online like, oh, when I use this, when do I use this? Even among that noise, and it's a good way, it's an endearing way, like the nuances, you can still largely come to a consensus about usage of Japanese expression, right, in Japanese. Then I start thinking, well, what if these people, the Japanese people, go and learn English? And my only thought is chaos. So here's my take on it. I would love to see that the Japanese community itself has their own English learning community. But the thing is, in Japan, their culture is kind of refractory to the culture necessary to create a secondary English-speaking population. Like, much like in the United States, there's not enough, in my opinion, to transition into the internet culture to constitute a secondary Japanese speaking community, right? And lots of times we focus on what is undesirable about this. What's undesirable is it creates more noise and more chaos, for sure. What's beautiful that comes out of this too, to offer a counter, to lighten the chaos, is that out of chaos, with competition, there's global appeal. And global appeal increases influence. So yeah, these are at odds with each other, right? When you have a secondary Japanese community elsewhere, which I don't think is big enough in any single place, the largest right now is the United States and Brazil. The secondary Japanese communities are largely trying their best to adopt and assimilate Japanese culture because it's not big enough to constitute competition. But one of the wonderful things about that is competition and alternative things kind of a lot of times grow a language for the sake, like growth in the sense of it becomes more inclusive, right? And it becomes more dynamic. But because it becomes more dynamic, it becomes more chaotic, right? And there's definitely one language a lot of us can probably agree on, is that English is incredibly chaotic, incredibly messy, incredibly dynamic, because everyone has a community they belong to that doesn't necessarily be the community that represents the language itself. There are rarely a case where when you say something online, per se, they're like, oh yeah, those are the rules. This is how you do this. Or you might have 2 or 3 disagreements, like 2 or 3 bigger noted things, and then you ascribe it to Japan, right? When it comes to Japanese. In English, the comment is negation. You use the negation. Well, I'm not American. Well, I'm not British, right? Because there are way more other communities you could be referring to. In Japan, it's like, well, you're not Japanese or you want to be Japanese. It's not, well, you want to be American who speaks Japanese. It's different than, oh yeah, us Dutch speak English differently. That you can't say that for Japanese. You say, do you speak Japanese? Do you sound Japanese? And do you behave like Japanese? Because you're speaking their language. You're not speaking your version of their language. You're speaking their language. So this whole sense of belonging is so interesting. It's so fascinating. And also, I am incredibly... I don't share my insecurities too often. So here's an insecurity. I have always contemplated. My mania tends to be rooted in my unintentions, right? A lot of times my control over life tends to provide me with a lot of happiness and consistency. In a way, I've learned over my life to quote unquote cope or manage my mania pretty well due to rationalization of control. However, when it comes to content creation, language, this has become a lot tougher. I think games are pretty microcosmic, right? Pretty microcosmic. So like if you alienate a gaming community, you can negotiate and leave that community and never come back. It's not essential, right, to many people's identities. Not too much, not as much. But then when we get to language, I start worrying about the unintentional consequences of my ruminations, especially this one. This one is quite controversial. My behavior yesterday, or my behavior and suggestion yesterday, when I was playing Neverwinter Online, like using Japanglish, and offering alternative ways of bridging communication and learning implicitly, is one that is going to gather quite a lot of opposition in the future. If I am to be someone who is very responsible for my words, regardless of my influence in the present day, perhaps my influence will grow in the future and that discussion comes up again, I want to earnestly take responsibility for it and explain and express that I feel incredibly insecure about the state of learning a language from a conformist society versus a language that is completely non-conformative. As in, you will get unanimous opposition all the time when you're learning a language that has a monocultural appeal. As in, even the language learners themselves will obligatorily adopt the social norms or attempt to as much as they can. So why is that important? Is because a lot of things I say in learning Japanese has been met with exactly this behavior. And I don't necessarily want to embrace that. I don't think I will contribute much to that. So naturally, there might be unintentional animosity, right? I've already experienced this already. Duolingo Japanese is asking for trouble. So I want to make it very clear that I do things to offer alternatives. Because I live a life where I'm marginalized most of the time. And marginalized, meaning words like fake, is marginalizing. So I care about people who are marginalized. And when you're learning Japanese, you are marginalized by default. if you're not Japanese, you're in the minority, you're marginalized. So you can choose to join the gang or not. And for me, I love looking at Japanese people. I love how they enjoy themselves. I personally don't want to be Japanese. I want to contribute though. I want to be like, I want to show that being closer with an English person, an English speaking person, also bridges this compromise. Like, so we meet halfway, you know, we meet halfway. But what happens is it creates that adulteration that most people are worried about, like losing identity. So this is commensalism, or not really commensalism, but a mutual assimilation, right? You're adopting something here, you're adopting something there. And a hybrid is often frowned upon. Frowned upon. I don't even know how to spell frown. Is this how you spell frown? Frown upon than being the two purest things. Well, that comes with my background. I'm not that. So to humbly and respectfully, when I say Japanglish and Spanglish and how I learn language, I don't want to use the word that most people keep telling me and calling me over my life being fake, or this word, which is associated incredibly with the American lifestyle. So that word, and it comes up a lot. For every one video that talks about synergistic and highlighting synergistic culturalisms, complementing each other, or hybrid systems, or compartmentalizing, there are hundreds of these words. Fake, real. I'm not gonna verbalize, like audioly verbalize. I'm not a fan of saying this word, but like a non-authentic approach, right? Things like that. Hey, S1, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. I see that you used the kana for wa instead of the kana for ha. There. Like kon ni, oops, ni chi it wa. So wa, this wa, as opposed to this wa. How are you? How are you, S1? So yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about, because I was reflecting upon it yesterday. I have mania all the time, and sure enough, that comes with influence, and I really worry. I worry a lot about the responsibilities, right? So I don't want to be the person that strongly suggests there's a right or wrong way of doing things, and that will definitely come back many times when it comes to Japanese. In fact, it's kind of funny. I think it's a funny extra layer of meta here, that the adoption of Japanese mannerisms, right? The passionate Japanese community, it's reflected in how they study and learn Japanese as well. So study and learning Japanese, the expectation is to immerse yourself in the Japanese culture and understand its mannerism in order to understand its mannerisms. So the funny thing is that also happens with their study and learning habits. Well, have you heard Japanese people speak English? And what I mean by that is, I'm pretty sure that there will eventually be an English Japanese or Japanese English speaking micro community, like their own version of their speaking communities, because while you might be focused on pronunciation, right? Pronunciation and like writing and vocabulary and stuff, I can earnestly tell you, if you listen to a Japanese person's diction, you can tell they're Japanese. And what I mean by that is, as I'm learning Japanese, I'm becoming more and more inclined to understand even deeper what the Japanese English diction is like. I even said that in myself, where my English is becoming Japanese-like over time. I'm using phrases that I don't use in American colloquialism. But because I'm learning Japanese, I'm getting a lot of it. It's becoming very apparent that I'm using a lot of the different types of diction that if you were a Japanese person learning English, you will adopt those diction because the people around you are also learning English, right? There are other Japanese people around you learning English. The double standard here, it is a double standard, but not necessarily a double standard because there's population differences, is that when an English person, like myself, an American English person, have English Japanese speaking tendencies, that would be constituted as wrong. It'll be wrong, it'll be ignorant, it'll be possibly offensive, disrespectful, not serious, casual, fake, and then that B word. Largely because the vast majority of people who speak English, who's learning Japanese, has chosen to adopt the Japanese culture in order to understand their language. Personally, in my opinion, based on a lot of anecdotal evidence, I suppose, when I hear Japanese people speak English, they're not adopting American culture. They're using American words in English and projecting Japanese culture. Much like their writing system, katakana, right? For borrowed words, it's projecting Japanese out through those words. And there are evidences in the in American English, there are words that have become part of the American lexicon that is used in the American sense, as opposed to wherever the origin of that word is. Like, for example, I know I'm going to get flack for this. A sandwich. Like a sandwich. I don't even know if sandwich is I don't know where this word came from, but I can tell you now, when you say a sandwich, an American is projecting something different. That, like, an American is projecting something different regionally in a sandwich. So in Japanese, when we're saying kona, right? Kona, that's a section of a room, but it's also an aisle. It's, like there are lots of words like chiketo. Chiketo may be specific to the Japanese projection of a chiketo. What is another version of a check? A bill. And I think they use it for that too. Pretty sure. At some point. They also use it for a lot of other things. So chiketo sounds like a check. You don't go and buy checks at an amusement park. You go and buy tickets at an amusement park. Right? So they're exuding their English diction from their culture. They're not adopting American culture. So to me, that's kind of one of the really weird experiences that I'm having. And I love it. It's such a different way to learn a language. In English, you learn it and adopt it to your culture. In Japanese, you learn it by adopting their culture. So you're assimilating Japanese culture. You have the desire to assimilate the Japanese culture. All the examples of this language exist in that context. There's no multiple contexts. So when you're learning English, for better or for worse, you have to decide which culture you're going to use as a reference. So are you going to use an American speaker as your reference for your English? So then you end up sort of adopting their things, or are you gonna adopt your neighboring people? And for me, I think the internet is big enough, humbly speaking, that instead of wanting to be a Japanese learner, wanting to be Japanese, wanting to be native-like, I personally love it if I am able to contribute and bridge and celebrate that both English and Japanese can meet halfway and accommodate each other. So what will that look like? Well, when I go to Japan, I'm obviously going to behave appropriately and try my best to remember all of the nuances. However, online, when I'm operating outside and I'm usually largely talking to other people who speak English, we already have enough disagreements about how we use English. Why is Japanese any different? Right? I'm asking myself that. Well, if a Japanese speaker approaches me, I will, as politely and formally as I can, express in Japanese that I am a interested English speaker who loves your language, but I also want to imbue it with Englishisms because I'm an English person. I'm not a Japanese person. So I would love to be able to be respected mutually for using your language to reach out to more English speaking people and English reading people. Maybe do some Japanglish to make it so that Japanese, to show that Japanese is it's flexible, right? Because English is heckin' flexible. It's why it's chaotic and messy. It's so flexible that you can get away, like for me, in a way, when someone spoke English in the Japanese structure, Japanese grammatical structure, Korean structure, Hindi, Spanish, Italian, when English is like just moved around, it's normal for me to hear that, right? It's normal for me to hear that on social media and stuff because people have adopted English into their own lexicon, like their own cultures. Like, oh, borrowed me a book? Oh, that's fine. Like, yeah, I get that. I certainly wouldn't say it among my Americans. You know, like imagine going up to someone and say, borrow you a book. The expression for the American lexicon or diction is loan you a book. You loan things to people as opposed to borrow things to people, right? So all this stuff comes up so regularly that it has become normal in English. It's the whole embrace the chaos kind of. S1, you're still learning. I use Duolingo, but my main study resource is another online tool. Oh, what is it? Yeah, what is it? I'm curious. Are you using, there are a lot. So I know I'm aware of 7 or 8. And then supplemental ones and more complementary. So what are you using outside of Duolingo? S1. I am also using a lot of things, but Duolingo is my major inspiration for all the things. I can't use the word main and too much. Main would suggest something is more valuable or prioritized, which I can't really say if Duolingo is more valuable or prioritized over anything else. I use different sources. So they're apples and oranges. So main would constitute an overlap, in my opinion. So you're making comparable comparisons. But I do use, I'm going to say 4 to 5 tools. However, they usually don't overlap. They're non-overlapping tools. So what Duolingo doesn't use, these tools take care of, so to speak. So it would be misleading if I say Duolingo is a main thing, but it is a main source of inspiration. And that inspiration itself is measurable in all the tools. All the tools inspire me to do some things. So technically, most of my time is on Duolingo for inspiration. In terms of like the context of fluency, which most people are hyper attentive to, and then like words and stuff, there's not too much overlap between the tools. I don't use any of these tools to learn vocabulary, for example. Not predominantly. None of these tools provide vocabulary. None of these tools technically provide motivation in the same way. None of these are gamified. You know, whatever Duolingo offers, I usually look for tools that don't offer those things and maybe focus on other things, for example. Anyways, I want to leave the digression with a very, very conservative thing for my future. Like for people who are going to come and talk and get angry, get not angry. I want to leave on a very optimistic beat. I feel that the world is big enough, and the world, maybe perhaps the internet, is big enough for more diversity. And that includes learning Japanese. Much like my heritage and my upbringing, specifically, I want more people to be able to experience Japanese, not just as a language, but a culture and people. And I want to respectfully and humbly say that when one is a conformist, preservationist, this often leads to gatekeeping, estranged feelings, ostracizing, but at the same time, pure, unadulterated, hardcore, right? However, it is countered by human condition. Humans want to contribute and be part of something bigger, usually. So when you have a conformist, preservational, some of it has to give way in order to welcome diversity, competition, or a better buzzword that a lot of people throw around, innovation. And innovation breeds influence. So these are at odds with each other. I feel that the internet or world is big enough for more diversity. And that diversity leads to, or is synonymous with, having a greater appreciation for something like Japanese and the people and its culture. However, with that comes exposure, innovation, competition, and that can hurt purity, unadulterated, conformist social norms. And this is the essence of the duality between, pure and diversity. right? So somewhere here, I feel the Japanese culture, there's enough room for a little bit more diversity. And that definitely is true in the end of the day for me and my journey in learning Japanese. To contrast, I haven't even started learning Spanish yet, but Spanish is a whole different ball game. Since I can't choose English, since English is my native language, Spanish or French is a whole different ball game in terms of their stance on the balance, the tug and, the push and pull of purity versus diversity, right? And that really shapes that type of thing. This expectation here really shapes new people learning something. This one is not a double standard. Learning new things involves the word diversification, right? If you're a purist, it's inherently going to be refractory to learning. Oh, why can't Japanese be like English? I know English. Why can't Japanese just sound like English and do like English do? So it's easy. Well, then stick with English. Right? So it's inherent. So for better or for worse, however your agenda is, I think the internet is big enough for more diversification. And that includes Japan, which Japanese is one of the biggest, one of the ones that have a great cultural understanding or a cultural influence. Great cultural influence. However, a really, really low influence when it comes to language. And what I mean by that is its language is refractory to diversification. Not as much, like I wouldn't say it's among the culturally influential groups. It does have accommodations like the writing system, right? Katakana, for example. And you can see these things. But the behavioralisms, the culture that's projected in the language for learning it is anti-diversification. And the people who adopt Japanese as this air of what I'm going to call a little bit elitism, but in an endearing quality. And what I mean is this elitism is coming from a passion for preservation, because they want to be part of what they love from the outside, but they want to get in. They want to become native like and stuff. There's beauty in both, or all of the above, right? And for me, I don't resonate with that. I resonate with diversification. So yes, I will probably not reach native like ever. However, I think in another 10 years, there will be pockets of Japanese or English Japanese speakers, or I don't know, Brazilian Japanese speakers. And then Japan will have so much more interesting things to encounter, in my opinion. Like, Japanese people can even probably go to these places and feel somewhat at home, but as also be able to see the differences that have changed. Much like when people tell me that I'm a fake Chinese person living in the United States because I'm American, right? Well, I want to show you things that maybe you find interesting when you come and visit, right? A native like a native, quote unquote, native Chinese person might find some bad things, some good things. Some good things. You know what? My parents heckin' love pizza. So there's Chinese pizza. I know this is not a great example because now all the Italian people are gonna get so upset. So we'll leave it on like a humorous note. My talk is there. I think the world is big enough where if you love your culture, I like to think a person's heart is big enough to know, to be interested in what your culture inspires to. So like I'm really like on the internet, one of my favorite parts of a community, like a specific community, is how unanimous they are in bridging, like going over the hump in population. And English is one of them, where it's come to the idea that when they see something not norm to them, it becomes interesting, not immediately wrong. So when someone tells me, oh, this is how you pronounce this word, my first thought is, that's so interesting. I will have to try to say that in the future. Like when someone says a word that I'm not familiar with, or like I'm familiar with the word and the way it sounds, and they say it differently, it becomes inherently interesting, not wrong. That is the difference in mindset. So how do you encourage more people to love your language? Well, first of all, you don't tell them that they're wrong all the time, because they're not born Japanese, right? It might as well be suggesting that, like, oh, you'll never understand pitch accent because you're not Japanese. That's effectively what you're saying, as opposed to, hey, that's an interesting way to say it. I like it. Like, for example, I'm going to trigger some Japanese people probably with this. Fashion instead of fashion, right? Fashion, not shion, right? Because like information, not information, right? So all these things, it become more like, oh yeah, that's how English people say that. That's interesting. Like, that's why I love the Japanese, learning a new language. It's interesting. It's not wrong or right. I don't want to change the Japanese language because it doesn't suit me. I like it for what it is because it's diversity. And when I learn the thing, it's going to turn out to be like a Japanese English speaker, or a English Japanese speaker. And that is diversity. And there's a hyper pressure. There's a hyper pressure to reduce diversity in Japanese learning right now. A super hyper to reduce. Oh, you're going to learn Japanese, huh? Your goal must be fluency. Your goal must be to sound native like. It's like, well, no, my goal is to use Japanese and also sound like an English person using Japanese, because I want Japanese people to know that there are a lot of English speakers out there who are very interested in your language, and you have a lot of representation, and also your influencers and representatives are aggressively shutting people down because they have different accents. Your mannerisms and stuff are not as accommodating, but that's not technically true because it's only specific to the people on social media. So like someone, and ironically it's also language learners, like native like language learners are the ones that constantly unintentionally perpetuate the gold standard, which is to be Japanese, to be a Japanese speaker who has the respect respect of other Japanese people, you have to be like them, as opposed to loving their language because they love the language. Like, can you not be happy, in my opinion, my humble opinion, can you not be happy if someone who loves your language so much that they love the language even if they can't be Japanese? Ever. Because if you're telling them unintentionally, like, oh man, that sounds weird, that's not native, like, oh, you'll never be like us, unintentionally, because that's what, in my opinion, that's what you do unintentionally. That's the mania that I feel all the time. When I'm a content creator, I say something that I do in my lifestyle, I don't want to give people the impression that it is the right lifestyle or the wrong lifestyle. So I take responsibility, but it can be unintentional a lot of times because you do things automatically. What do Japanese people do automatically? They talk about what's normal to them because they represent 99% of the people that use their language. So yes, whatever their normal, their rules. That doesn't stop you from preventing a population from ever starting to be interested in your language, because your conformist unintentional behavior is putting a gate on your language. Your language is not interesting enough to get people to be motivated to learn your language because you unintentionally have high standards. English seems like an easy language now, misconceptionally in English, easy language, because the gates are always open. There's like, people don't unintentionally peddle a gold standard in English. When was the last time you heard someone's like, oh, this is how you sound sophisticated and educated in English? Like, how many of those streams or content do you see? You generally see noise and chaos, like, this is how I speak English, this is how you speak English, and no one can agree on something. That is gates open, dude. It's all for which party are you in? Are you part of the German speaking English, English community? What community can you choose? In Japanese, I love the culture so much that I think it is going to be wonderful to see if the diversity in interest in Japanese overcomes this, in my opinion, the self-inflicted gatekeeping that is involved. Where like, oh, you're starting to learn Japanese, I hope you're super serious, and I hope you can dedicate the next 7-8 years or the rest of your life to be even considered respectful to the Japanese language. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but that's like nihilism 101. That person is going to start and they're going to, for a month, and they don't see the progress that they have, they quit and they forget about Japanese altogether. You kill the spark before it even happens. And mind you, the only reason I'm super interested is because I'm not focused on fluency. I'm not focused on trying to be accepted to be someone I'm not. I'm not focused on trying to be Japanese. I'm focused on trying to appreciate the Japanese language and the culture, being American. So there's no pressure on me to like spend the rest of my life trying to assimilate some sort of culture that I don't even live in, right? You can become that. What are the memes? Move to Japan, become Japanese. Well, respectfully so, moving to Japanese would also invite me to an environment that is unwelcoming to someone like me. I like to innovate on rules. I like to innovate on compromises. I enjoy things changing all the time. If I go to Japan, respectfully so, it's a different type of culture. Change does not happen rapidly. Already to this day, in the United States, there's comments on how long it takes for things to change, to adapt, to innovate for the better. If you go to Japan, good luck waiting for your entire life. I'm just relatively speaking, it's the trade-off. Preservationists, purist preservationism is refractory to change. And I think this is one of the things that even the Japanese content creators are advising others, like, are you sure that you're okay with the Japanese culture? Because it can be very hard to adapt to, especially like Americans who find the romance side of the Japanese culture, the ones that are very eclectic and eccentric and whatnot. But ultimately, when you go there, your daily grinds and stuff, those expectations are incredibly rigid and strict. That's how you become Japanese. In the United States, when I say to become American, I don't even know what that phrase means anymore. Like, it's so low that if you end up coming to the United States, live long enough to get nationalized, you're effectively American. That's it. Like, that's the thing that defines you. You have to speak American English? No. Like, you don't. Like, content creators with interracial couples, they're speaking British English in the United States. They have like a Italian accents like that. That's part of the identity. So know your culture and cultural backgrounds and the users of that language, and then ask yourself, are you behaving like that? So in the end of the day, to end this digression, I think, in my opinion, from my experience with Duolingo and in the greater weird Japanese learning community, I think the internet has room for more diversity. To me, this means that there may be more smiles, more motivation for the future, for people to enjoy Japanese. I think right now, this adherence to Japanese mannerisms is crushing many other dissonant cultures in being interested enough, like being committed enough to want to go through the journey of learning Japanese. And that, in my opinion, is what's keeping down the influence of the Japanese language. And it only caters, the ones that are committed enough are, as you might have expected, the people who spend most of their childhoods exposed to things like anime. Those are the most committed, and also emotionally blind. And what I mean by emotionally blind is their blinders are on, as in they love so much that they can still be committed to a crushing standard. And that's all the people that are left, in my opinion. My impression is that for every one person like me who likes learning in general, not attached to an anime or something, there's at least 5 other people who belong to this group I'm describing. It takes that much passion to be interested in your language, because the vast majority of people have such high standards of Japanese. Even native Japanese speakers, their commentary are absolutely brutally unrealistic and basically anti-diversity. As in, all the commentary that comes out of their mouth is, well, a real Japanese person doesn't do this. Oh, a real Japanese person don't say this. Oh, wow, this person is definitely not real Japanese because they say these things. Oh, this person is definitely not real Japanese because they don't do this. That is usually, in my opinion, keeping Japan pure, very pure, but also limiting its influence. compared to Spanish, French, English, and the others. If they so choose to desire that, that's perfectly fine. And in a selfish way, that means that eventually I will quit Japanese. If the pushback is so strong that I either need to be Japanese in order to speak Japanese without getting like nailed and burned at the fire, then I will inherently quit Japanese too and embrace a language that is more welcoming to a foreigner. That's the irony here, right? Sorry for the late reply, watching from work, so I can't really... Oh, no worries. You use a textbook called Genki? I see. Genki, and a website called Japanese Pod 101. Nice. So you have... Genki is one that's geared towards English speakers. Do you like it? Are you a primary English speaker? Sometimes it's not automatically assumed. And then Japanese Pod 101, I have heard about that too. I have not used the textbook myself. S1. Genki being one of the textbooks. However, for your comparison of Japanese Pod 101, I use Tofuku. I use Tofuku in like a similar capacity probably. So I don't know if I'm going to pick up a textbook, but one day I might actually pick up Genki just to see. You're English only and you've never learned another language at all? Nice. Welcome to the language learning. How's your experience so far? S1. I'm wrapping it up now. All right. So now we're going to go back. Diversity is important. It can help humanity understand humanity better. The human condition can too. Yes. Shizumi. Free for everyone and guilt-free. There's a lot of guilt. Guilt tripping is one of the major emotions that I get from learning Japanese. It's shockingly different than the first time I learned Spanish. Spanish was something else. It was so humbling, but at the same time so exciting and enthralling. Like, you get that feeling where like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. It'll come. Like, you know, I forgot the saying, but I forgot how to say "c'est la vie" in Spanish. But it's one of those things like, just do it. You know, just do it. And in English, I feel that's what I say most of the time. Like, oh, you're worried about English? Just do it. Like, go for it. But in Japanese, it's like, oh yeah, you're doing it wrong. Wait. If you continue to do that, you're screwed. Like, you got to start the right way. Don't start. You got to know how to start first. Oh, wait. Did you read all of these advice? Like, you need to get all these advice, or else you're never going to appreciate it the same way. That's Japanese. Like, in my opinion, that's the Japanese learning community. Like 9 out of 10 times. Like, oh yeah, don't forget this. This is gonna ruin you later. So you want to make sure you get this right before you get confused later. Like, that's the feeling I get most of the time, and it's such a different feeling, but it's also a challenge. I don't mind it, but I can earnestly say lots of people do mind that, and it's stopping them very easily. I'm a very different breed, I suppose. I'm gonna try to single myself out. I'm not that special. I think I belong to another group of people, but generally speaking, that group of people aren't the ones that would choose Japanese. Because if you're thinking about it pragmatically, you would pick a learning community that's more likely diversity forward than monoculturally forward. You are constantly treated as a foreigner and all that stuff, not meeting the standards and stuff. That happens when you're hitting a monocultural society, intentionally or not, right? So oftentimes when an English speaker asks, I want to learn a second language, what would I pick? Spanish or French? And a lot of times people will say, oh yeah, it's because Spanish and French is kind of related to English, and then there's all these rules that make it easy. But in the end of the day, it's also the cultural norms and the people who use the language and people who are teaching the language. there's not a bigger cultural dissonance between the popular and diversity forward languages. When you get into exclusive languages, then you're belonging to a specific subset of people. And for me, I don't even belong in that because I'm not a language learning person. But if you come down to science, my advice is learn as many different disciplines as you can while focusing on your core science. Because at the upper level, you need diversity in your discipline in order to innovate and improve and grow. You do not, the whole definition is illogical of growth. When you're focused on purism and preservation, that's literally anti-change. Without change, you are neither growing nor getting worse. And that's where the fear comes from, when things get worse. In my hearts of heart, humans are humans. They are obeying the human condition that they don't naturally try to make things worse. It definitely can get worse, but naturally humans don't want to strive to make it worse for them. So ultimately, in the long run, when there's innovation and growth, change happens in upward direction. But that also means losing something to time, right? So I can definitely understand that. And that's probably what is the strongest thing about the Japanese culture, is preservation. And that's a beautiful thing. And you have to ask the Japanese population, or whoever thinks they belong to the Japanese population, is it time to diversify, or is it time to dig in and continue to be left behind in the world, especially in the internet world? Being left behind might not be the greatest when you're having problems. If you're self-sustaining and really happy and your culture is happy and it's not shrinking, then yeah, you can definitely perpetuate a time of isolation and live merrily until it's not. Personally, I think Japan is probably at a precipice to diversify and not hunker down, because there are very real things that are facing Japan that aren't working. And I don't want that to happen, because I love the Japanese culture enough to say, even as a foreigner, I would like to perpetuate and encourage people to pick up Japanese at the face of all the gatekeepers, or the unintentional gatekeeping, right? Get people to learn Japanese. It's tough, and you're not going to get a lot of motivation from other people, especially those who already spent the blood, sweat, and tears caressing like 5 or 6 years. It's very unadulterated advice. Even the gold standards of people, they're not encouraging. They often say, oh, I did this for 7 years. I did this for 7 years. You got to do this. You got to move there. It did happen. Those are the truths, but it's unfilling. It's very unfilling. Meanwhile, in English, it's like, did you learn a word today? Here, I'll give you a few more words. Like, whatever. You're fine. Just go on with it. Instead of this, oh, it's so hard. You must be a genius when you're doing this. Like, that's kind of the thing. They deserve the praise, but they're also not encouraging. When you see someone like that, it's like, I'll never be like that. I can't be like that. Why even bother starting now? Like, this person spent 10 years, they moved to Japan, started a life in Japan, have their raised their kids exclusively being bilingual. Those are the standards you're projecting. You're not projecting encouragement or motivation to a foreigner. You're exuding eccentricity. So those are your role models. That deserves a lot of commitment. Then naturally you're gonna hold everyone else to the same commitment. That reduces diversity, in my opinion. It's rough. Learning the grammar is different. Yeah. May I ask, did you start learning grammar? Like, how did you first start? Like, what are your focuses right now? Are you a person who wants to learn all the grammar first to find a structure? Like, how do you go about learning? I know this is the first time you're learning another language. What are your current thoughts? What was your plan? Like your immediate plan? S1. I'm very curious because so far all the people that I've met, like most of the people that I've met, have more than one language, more than one native language, native-like language, and also they are already language learners. So not and myself included. I have already learned another language before this. So I had a lot of things to build on. Like how I learned Spanish, I adopted a lot of the things that I learned Spanish with this. So I'm not coming in with a blank, like sort of like a monolingual blank slate. And I talk about all the things that make me atypical. I speak 2 languages at home with my folks every day. So all the stuff that a lot of the commentary I'm going to make comes from that background. I don't want to give people the impression that I'm some person who has this unique insight that makes adopting a second language great. You would have to be born into my condition in order to really notice that.
アンドリューさん、テニスサークルに入りませんか?
Alright, we're going back to our lesson. I was going to do double lessons today, but that was a great story. So I wanted to share all of that. And with that, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Thanks for listening, by the way, folks. Really appreciate it. Okay. All right. We're gonna get into our focus. Today's review day. So day 3 review day tends to be filled with digression. I'm not focused on acquiring new vocabulary. Today we're reviewing. All right. Andoryu-san. Yeah, you see they still do the addressing thing here. Andoryu-san. Or Andoryu-san. Tennis sakuru ni harimasen ka? Andrew, would you like to join the tennis club? Wait, what's going on? Oh. Would you like to join the tennis club?
タガログ語はフィリピンの言語ですか？
Takarugugo. Takarugugo. Say that a couple times fast, right?
タガログ語はフィリピンの言語ですか？
Takarugugo wa
フィリピン
Philippine no
の言語
gengo
です
です
か？
か？Takarugugo wa Philippine no gengo ですか？
チェスをしましょう。
チェスをしましょう。We should play chess.
花さんはどこに住んでいますか？
花さんはどこに住んでいますか？私は駅の近くに住んでいます。Okay, I live near the train station. Sure.
サムさんは今何年生ですか？
サムさんは今何年生ですか？何年生サムさんは今何年生ですか？ What school year are you now? What school year are you now, Sam? Honestly, you've been watching me, other videos to find a focus. I'm kind of everywhere, learning to read, learning sentence structure, learning words. It's kind of becoming a little overwhelming. Ooh, breathe, S1. Breathe. So you're trying to see what other learners tend to focus on? Okay. Yeah, breathe. Ooh. When I see the word overwhelming, it's always nice to slow down a little bit. Yeah, it can be very overwhelming, like where to start, where all this stuff is. Do you have any particular thing you really enjoy about the Japanese language? I often build from that core. Like, inspire yourself to do the other stuff, but off the thing that you're like, yeah, I'm really vibing with this. For me, the vibe is talking about the Japanese culture. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but my vibe is how it contrasts with English. So I don't know if this is gonna be weird to say, but the one thing that everyone else, in my opinion, a vast majority of other people, try to not do is the thing that makes me really, really interested in Japanese. And that's how it relates to English. So against all odds, the whole like lost in translation and you'll always think in English, you'll always translate in English. That is my passion. That is my zeal. I do not want to separate Japanese from English. I want them to be together. So my favorite thing, my interest, is how I can contextualize and understand my native language and the Japanese language in the context of each other. That's probably an excellent summary of what I just spent 2 hours digressing about. I don't want them to be separate things. I want them to be together. And to summarize, that's kind of my life in general. If I had to explain the identity that I've adopted in my life, is that it's everything and everywhere at once. Not I choose to be one or the other. I do that already in my regular life. So like outside of the stream. So on stream, I choose to be everything and like the things I choose to do is everything. All of the above. All at once. When you go and do a job and stuff, you have to leave some part of you behind. And I spend most of my life doing that. Not here. So if I choose to learn Japanese, it's only because I'm choosing to learn Japanese because I also know English. Not because I want to leave English behind. English is essential for me to learn Japanese. They are one in the same. That's a very controversial hot take for the record. Lots of people peddle immersion to me over and over again, but this is my immersion. I always immerse in multilingual content most of the time. If it's listening to English with Japanese subtitles, so be it. If it's listening to Japanese with English subtitles, so be it. You've only been into it about 2 weeks, and I feel like I'm trying to learn too much too quick. That sounds about right. I think it's a journey, S1. It sounds like you're hitting it really hard. It's kind of one of those things like hitting the gym really hard and then getting burned out right away. Yeah, breathe. Tell me about the things that are that you can meditate with. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I think it's nice to listen to Japanese without the stress of learning something, you know, to reset, right? So lots of times people are like, oh yeah, but if I'm gonna watch anime, I should constantly also learn anime now that I'm learning Japanese. Like, well, some days you can, some days you don't, right? You used to love or something like that. If you love the sound of the Japanese language, not every day has to be an insane workout for your head, right? Resting even the noggin and physically can go a long way to making one consistent, as opposed to being burnt out or overtraining. I think you can overtrain your brain. It goes by a different name, and I already said it. Overtraining your brain is burnout. Overtraining physically is injury. So it's one and the same, in my opinion. So it does sound like you're going pretty hard. I started day one. All I did was try to memorize the patterns in Duolingo. That's all I effectively have done. And then built upon that. Yeah, 2 weeks. You got plenty of time to slowly build up. And, you know, it's a long journey. Might as well enjoy the ride. Not like throwing back 10 cups of coffee every single day just to grind, you know, hit the gear running. That sounds very exhausting. I hope you find your pace, like your pace of learning. That's one. Find that good old balance. All right, what school year are you now, Sam?
ダニエルさんの専攻は何ですか？
ダニエルさんの専攻は何ですか？私の専攻はビジネスですか？ or です。I made it into a question. Whoops. ビジネスです。
チェスサークルは楽しいですか？
チェスサークルは楽しいですか？ Is chess club fun? Ooh, that's a deep cut. Is the chess club fun? Oof. That's kind of a deep cut. I was in chess club momentarily. Back in my youth. What kind of roommate do you have, Naomi? Naomi-san. Naomi-san. Wow. Okay, they're using a topic marker here. They want a topic marker here, probably. Naomi-san wa Dona. Oh no, it might be addressing. We'll see. Dona. Oh, it is. Naomi-san. Dona. Oh no. Mumeito. Mumeito. Dona mumeito. Wa arimasu? I guess they might go with ga arimasu. Oh, ga imasu. gaimasu. They probably went with gaimasu. Maybe waimasu? Gaimasu. Okay, that's fair. Sure. Okay. Naomi-san. Let me get Naomi-san wa
ルームメイト
ルームメイト
が
がい
いま
ますすか? Oh, どんなナオミさんはどんなルームメイトがいますか?フィリピン人です。フィリピン人です。
フィリピン人
フィリピン人です。
です。
Are you also okay? This is where they like continue to do the address, but not the address. Andoriu san mo 3年生3年生ですか? I said 年生 Yikes.
アンドリュー
さんも
3年生
3年生
で
ですす
か。
か? Okay. It's kanji time. All right, let's go from like here, like mid. Let's go here and down.
食べます
Okay. Sure. Oh, okay. 食べます
食べます
It's the fat one, the girthy one.
食べます
食べます食べます
食べます食べます
食べます。
食べます
All right. Wait, why did it go back up? Hello? Nomimasu. Okay. Sure. We'll try to hit
飲みます
one writing for each
飲みます
before we move
飲
on.
みます
飲みます
飲みます。
飲みます
Starting to feel like os all over again. My pen grip feels a little weird
飲
today.
みます
飲みます飲みます
飲みます
Okay. It's got two more. We gotta find iimasu and shinbun. Give me shinbun. No? Okay. Feels bad, man.
食べます
食べます
食べます食べます
Come on. Come on.
食べます
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 食べます。
食べます
Okay. Did we get it? Rats. Oh, it's the different thing.
To-
Okay. Toimasu. Nomimasu.
Nom-
Sure. Nomimasu.
飲みます
Toimasu. Sure.
話します 見ます
Mimasu.
読みます
Yomimasu.
と言います
Toimasu.
飲みます 飲みます
え
のみま
Toimasu.
飲みます
Nomimasu.
話します読みます
Yomimasu.
飲みます と言います
Toimasu.
買いますと言いますい
Okay.
いますと話しますと言います 読みます。買います。飲みます。
え
の見ます。飲みます。と言います。買います。話します。読み
All right, Shinbun. Oh my gosh. What are your fascinations with tabemasu and nomimasu?
食べます。
食べます。
I personally would love to have
食べま
this
す。
食べます。
be non
食べます。
random,
Tabemasu.
semi-random, but
Tabemasu.
unique.
食べます。
So like you can't have one.
食べます。
It has to be It has to be combinatorial, not
Get more with
a simple random sample. Shinbun. We got Shinbun though. All right, we got Shinbun. That's good. I think we'll move on after this.
新聞。
Thanks, Tai.
新聞。
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 That was wobbly at best.
新聞。
Hand grip.
新聞。
Wobble wobble. Wobbly.
新聞。
新聞。
That was a little better.
新聞。
Gotta warm up the hand, I suppose. Whoops. No one saw that.
新聞。
That was a stroke order problem. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Ikimasu? Ikimasu. The two. Ikimasu and ikimasu. Sure.
と言います。行きます。見ます。読みます。来ます。行きます。います。います。来ま
Ikimasu.
行きます。
見ます。
行きます。
買います。話します。
来ます。来ます。来ます。買います。話します。行きます。食べます。来ます。
Right.
来ます。
え
行きます。話します。
Oops.
話します。読みます。
No one saw that.
買います。来ます。
Ikimasu. Can I get Jikan? I don't want Jikan. That's one of the kanji.
時間。
Not to be confused with Shinbun. You know, this is a little bit
時間。
fatter, actually. They made the character a little stockier.
時間。
時間。
You saw the Shinbun? The bun in Shinbun
時間。
as an option.
時
Oh,
間。
you silly duo.
時間。
You silly, silly duo. You can fool me every
Jikan.
once in a while.
Get more.
Yes, 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 Super Duolingo. I'll let you play later.
行きます。
Ikimasu. Alright, we got the ikimasu.
行きます。
行きます。
行きます。行きます。
行きます。
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 Classic. Classic. Very classic. Alright, we can get one more. Either kimas or hun. Can I get a hun? Jiuichi. No dice. 10分。
10分、11、
Okay.
10分、11、10、10分、
30分。
10
10
分、
分。11。
2
2
分、
分。
50
50
分、
分。
10分、
え
10分、10、読みます。
読みます。
行きます。
行きます。
1、
え
10分、10、11、
え
10、10
10
分、
分。
11、 30
30
分、
分。
2
2
分、
分。
50
50
分、
分。
10分、
え
10分、
Okay.
12、
12。
東京、
東京。
田中、
Sure.
10分、
Mhm.
10
Okay. Alright. Can I get a key? Kimasu? Did we land on it? We land on kimasu. Okay.
来ます。
Now we must not confuse this with
来ます。
kimasu or to wear
来ます。
right now
来ます。
because we do not have the kanji for
来ます。
to wear.
来ます。
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 In the polite form, it's still kimasu. But we got this. So now we're gonna move down. Let's try this. Takai.
Ta-
Takai. Short.
高い。
I think this one, my kanji
Takai.
for this still sucks pretty hard because I have problems with the proportions. The proportions on the bottom.
高い
Like that
Takai.
stroke is constantly out of proportions without guidelines.
高い。高い。
My eyes are a little bit bigger than my hand.
高い。
Case in point. Ooh, that was a little wobbly. Yeah, the two irregular verbs. Yep.
中山、
Thanks to a verb conjugator, I was able to get ahead of it.
山、
Yama. Nakayama.
中山、
10
10
分。
本、 2
20
分、
2分. Ooh. Yama.
山、
I wasn't paying attention.
山、
Yama.
中山
Naka. Nakayama.
中、山、
山。
Yama. Kind of looks like a birdie.
4時、
Tanaka.
山、本、 中
Nakayama.
山、
Okay. Can I get Yasumi? No. Nakayama.
Na-
Yama again. Nakayama.
山、10
10
分
分。
本、中山、2
2
分、
Okay.
Ya-
Yama.
中山
Naka again.
な、
Nakayama.
山、
山。
Yama.
田中、
Tanaka.
山、本、
Hon.
4時、中山、
Get more.
Yes, yes, yes. I get Takai again. Come on, man.
高い。
I need to get at least two of the three.
高い。
Come on. I think our 15 minutes is almost up though.
高い
高い。
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 Oops, that was wobbly.
高い。
Wobbly at best. E.
高い。
Yeah, I don't like that last stroke at the end. Like this stroke right here. Not the greatest, I tell you. I get it.
No.
What is up with you and Yama? Dude.
山2分本
I
中
refuse.
山10
I refuse.
中山、
中や
山
I really like this exercise.
田中
Tanaka,
4時
Yoji,
中山本
Hon,
山
Yama. Can I get Nani? Fuji. Interesting.
9時
And Q.
9 9時
Okay. Sure.
9 9時
Okay.
9時9
Alright. Ichichi.
1時
Ichichi.
9
Q.
10
9
9時
3
3時 9
Okay.
1時
Sure.
3時半
Mm-hmm.
9 9時
Mm-hmm.
9時
Okay.
9時
Ichiji.
9
Q. 9000. Go.
9時9 9 2000
2000.
話します
Sure.
9
Sure.
7000
Sure.
9時
Our 15 minutes is up. Okay. We still got to go through the GOTS units. Yeah, we got to review some of these units. Got to keep our kanji fresh.
猫カフェでカプチーノを飲みましょ
Oh, I forgot about cappuccino. I did forget one. Cappuccino. That should have been slotted with pancakey. Cappuccino. I totally forgot about cappuccino.
う。猫カフェでカプチーノを飲みましょう。猫
Neko
カフェ
cafe
で
de
カプチーノ
cappuccino. Cappuccino. Cappuccino.
飲みましょ
Nomimasho.
う。猫カフェでカプチーノを飲みましょ
Neko cafe de cappuccino no cappuccino o nomimasho.
このカフェのお茶はとても高いですね。でもコーヒーは安いです。カプチーノを飲みましょ
That was weird. First they said that this cafe's tea is very expensive, isn't it? And then they said demo, but the coffee is very cheap. And then suddenly they suggest we should drink cappuccino. I'm like, okay, but I mean, cappuccino isn't quite the same as like a coffee. What I mean is like the cost isn't, but I guess cappuccino in this context is the same as coffee, is what they're insisting. They will buy some coffee, cappuccino, but cappuccino a lot more concentrated than. Or cappuccino could be much more extravagant, in my opinion, than coffee. But coffee is nondescript enough, so that's fair enough. I suppose you can say cappuccino is a type of coffee. Meanwhile, not all coffees are cappuccino. Fair enough, right? Fair enough.
う。面白い動物がいます。
Why was that important? Is because the question, you have to understand that cappuccino is inferring coffee. It's not the other two. Alternatively, you could say the tea is too expensive, so they're not buying the tea. And juice, they didn't mention juice anywhere. So you could make the elimination that it's likely coffee. Since coffee is cheap, so they would likely buy coffee. Sort of. That's a lot of inferences. Because even if you say the tea is expensive, isn't it? That doesn't mean you're not gonna. That still doesn't infer that you wouldn't buy expensive tea. I'm thinking too deep into this, but generally speaking, that one was a little bit of a stretch, in my opinion. Although you can use text-taking skills and eliminate the two. The best choice is coffee, right? Because of appropriateness.
面白い動物がいます。
面白い
面白い
動物がいます。動物。
動物がいます。
Sure.
面白い動物がいます。
動物がいます。Okay.
あそこに可愛い猫がいます。あの猫と遊びましょう。
Neat. They're gonna go play with a cat. So, あそこに可愛い猫がいます。They have a very cute cat there. Or that is, yeah. There exists a very cute cat over there. That is a very cute cat over there. Sure. Or there is a very cute cat over there. Or there. Just there. あの猫と遊びましょう。So let's play with the cat over there. Let's play with that cat over there. Very far away. Okay.
この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいです。
Distant. So the nuances between asoko and ano, right? But asoko is there as in it might be close to one of the person but not the speaker. And then ano is eliciting a direction where it's far from either the person they're talking to and the person that's speaking. Yeah, more or less.
この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいです。
この動物 Wait. 動物
カフェ
動物のカフェ No.
のは
はカプチーノ
カプチーノはの
この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいです。
美味しいです。この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいです。
Okay. この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいです。動物スーツデートダンス食べ物short katakana words 人気の place に行きましょう。カフェ works 人気destination? No. Modifier? Okay. の動物カフェに行きませんか? Sure. There are a lot of small aminals. There are a lot of small aminals. 小さい動物がたくさんいますか? No, just います。がいます。I'm always thinking in the form of a question. I'm proverbially in a state of jeopardy. Can you phrase your response in the form of a question? Why, yes. Ka, everything. The way you say it implies that the animals are animate or something. Oh, are they not? Oh, aminals? Oh, aminated. Oh, I didn't even... Lotus. I say aminals all the time, but I have never made that connection. And now I will forever I will forever I can't unhear it anymore. That's hilarious. If that's what you mean. When I said aminals. Okay. So
動物。
小さい動物。動物がたくさんいます。Nikki Nikki what the heck Ninki no Neko. Yeah, Ninki no Neko kahe de cappuccino o nomimashou. Sure. Fair.
No.
Works for me. Kono, oh boy. Kono dobutsu kahe no cappuccino wa oishii desu. We saw this phrasing on the listening portion, right?
動物
I think they're doing this to get used to omitting the no particle in specific phrases. Like specific noun modifiers like animal. And I think they're doing it on purpose. Because of animal being construed as a nominal adjective. So you're more prone to put a no there, but in this case, for whatever reason, no nos. No nos. No, 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 no.
この
この
カフェ
の
カ
カプ
プチーノ
チーノ
は
はおいしい
おいしいですです
人気の猫カフェはどうですか？ Sure.
のは
Fair. There are all sorts of cats. All sorts. Iroiro. You don't get to use iroiro too often. Iroiro na neko ga imasu. Yeah. Just ga imasu. I feel like I wanted to say more, but
いろいろ
iroiro na neko
猫が
ga imasu.
います。
渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょ
渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。We should go to... Oh, wait. Wait. What? We should go to... Shibuya's... Oh. Shibuya's popular cat cafe? Well, that's one way. That's one way to say that. That's some extra spicy modifiers right there. That's a spicy meatball. Oh, hey. They threw in a Turner phrase to make it so the reason why they use this type of phrasing is to swap up the to be. So a lot of times when they rely too much on des, like suru, aru, iru, suru, aru, iru stuff, right? They occasionally throw in this type of phrasing.
ここ
ここは人気
の
の猫カフェです。
猫カフェです。
The ここは using demonstratives in the nominal position to suggest something using des, right? As a copula, using the copula mix-up, as opposed to using a state of being like iru instead of using iru. There's some big animals, big gigantic animals. 大きい動物。Yeah, 大きい動物がいます。Pretend like some isn't there.
大きい動物が
います。
います。
かわいい。Yeah, かわいい。I'm often checking for the na. Yeah. One of those is Koko wa doko. Yeah, Koko wa doko. Yes, one of them is Koko wa doko. Indeed. There are cute. I like that they're doing that. Although, I would say, without making myself sound the exception to the rule, I think most people, it would not dawn on them that they're trying to say, hey, you can also use des as a copula verb here, a copula predicate instead of expressing it with iru, right? I don't necessarily think a lot of people would make that connection unless they went outside and read about grammar, right? Read some grammar points and whatnot. And I think so too. The reason why I am commending Duo is because I already know about the different existence, different ways of expressing existence. So you can kind of see it that they're doing that. But I didn't learn it from Duo that's a different form of expression. Yeah. There's a Japanese phrase for like using interchangeable phrases for like interchangeable ways of expressing the same idea. I recently saw a short. I think it might have been a Dogen clip now that I think about it, where like Dogen was pretending to be a study abroad student and talking about like, oh yeah, now this person's gonna, I hope this person asks me where I'm from, and then he was playing the Japanese person, right? And then the Japanese person would use a different turn of phrase, right? A different turn of phrase. That's what I would call it in English. Use different turn of phrases to express the same thing. And then they had a discussion and they said something really rapidly about like, oh yeah, these are two meaning things or whatever they refer to it. I didn't quite catch the Japanese phrasing for it, but using a different turn of phrase for the same expression. It was more complicated for me than I didn't know what those words were. One of the words was interchangeable. So I have no idea how to express interchangeable in Japanese. There are cute aminals. So,
かわいい動物がいます。
Aminals. Cute aminals.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Alright,
Go
I'll get
ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes.
Oh, really?
So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
I'm waiting for the right day. I'm waiting for the right month, in fact. Correct the optimal 2 weeks. I need to make time for 2 weeks. 2 weeks is pretty tough. Going hard for 2 weeks is kind of tough. Even for me.
あの茶色の動物は何ですか？
I'm about to sneeze. Good old allergies.
あの茶色の動物は何ですか？あの茶色。
茶色。動物。
動物は
something. 何ですか？
何です。
Oh, 何ですか？ No?
あの茶色の動物は何ですか？
Oh!
か。
It
何
is
です。
not. Yeah, it's 何ですか？
か。
Why did...
何です。
That's an error. I repeated after.
何で
It's
す。
like, wait a minute. Yeah, 何ですか? Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, the moment I saw this, I was like, 何ですか? And I'm like, wait. Yeah, 何ですか? But we're missing something. No. Yeah, sometimes they do. And it's not often enough to not realize it's not correct. You know what I mean? Like, so what I mean is they do get it wrong sometimes, but it's less wrong. It's right more times than it isn't, so you know what is right. It can be very annoying though. It can be upsetting to people who aren't confident in their Japanese, or it can be very upsetting to people who need to trust in one tool. So I absolutely understand how apprehensive that can be. However, Nandeska was introduced way early, and yeah, I get when people are not very confident, right? Like, you want your tools to be 99.100%, 99.9. So I get it. Although Nandeska showed up so much, it's kind of hard to not know Nandeska and find
何です。
that really weird. That really weird. Okay. So, 茶色。茶色。
茶色
の動物は何ですか？
あの茶色の動物は何ですか？
Yeah, and you see like the full phrase, they still say 何ですか, right? So it's already weird that you hear 何ですか and then you repeat 何ですか and it becomes non. And it's largely dealing with these things. So they pronounce words differently if it's not in context of a full phrase. So it does happen. It happens with other phrases too. Their pitch accent also changes as well. So remember that if they group a particle with a word, the pitch accent is more accurate. if you know what I mean. So the training models for the pitch accent is a lot more accurate if the particles was grouped with the thing. But because of the way they're teaching these things like selection tools, if they group all the particles with the previous word that they want you to hear, it will not teach you how to use particles, if you know what I mean. It won't be able to be flexible enough to grill you on particle use. So that's kind of where they straddle. Sometimes they group a whole phrase together when they're introducing something. When they're introducing something, they group them together. Sometimes they group the forward particle. So like ni ikimasu. Ni ikimasu is introduced grouped together, so to give you the idea that ikimasu kind of needs a location marker, at least, or a destination marker, technically, right? So that becomes unnatural. So if someone talks about like pitch accent, that's actually unnatural to think of a particle that's attached to a word. However, on occasion, they also attach the word to a particle. And when you hear that, when you pronounce that, it feels very nice. It flows with a lot of isolated particles. Or isolated words. However, when they're isolated like this, sometimes the ending, the pitch accent which this ends, you can find yourself saying a weird particle pitch accent at the end, and it makes it sound like your syllables are out of whack. And it's happened before. I don't quite have a good example. Maybe something like Shinryoshin, or like, a good one. Kazoku. Am I being a dunce? It's kazoku, right? So you get right? You could end up saying kazoku to, as in like kazoku, and then it goes up, right? Kazoku to. But kazuto, you're probably going down or staying the same from ku. And they don't lump these together. So when you hear kazoku, or kazoku, you don't get the frame of to with respect to kazokuto. And when you hear it together, it sounds, in my opinion, it sounds nicer and a little bit easier to say when you're grouping them. So they're constantly fighting with, should we include it? Should we not? Should we group them together like this? Like nandesu ka, for example. And why is this relevant? Because nandesu ka, they probably have a word like the AI voice, right? It's probably trained on this phrase together. Nandesu ka, right? But when you remove a particle away, or a marker away, ka, when it's removed, you can get weird things with just nan or nani grouped with des. So probably the training is that it's treating this as nani and des, as opposed to, hey, these are together, so it's nan des ka. And that's kind of how I think that's where these errors are coming from. The synthetic voice errors, they're coming from the idea that the synthetic voice has to be trained on the individual pitch accents or the individual pronunciations, as well as the separated ones based on the choice. And sometimes this is actually this. So the synthetic voice thinks the choice is this, it's two choices, nani and des. So if you have nani and des as a choice down here, when you click on this, it's going to say nani. And if you click on this, it's going to say des. However, when they go in here, you hear the full line and it's nan desu, right? Nan desu ka. So that's probably why these things come up. So would I say it's wrong? Technically, no. In terms of programming, sort of. In terms of programming, it's not really, but maybe it's more like a bug. It's more like a limitation of what they're doing. So I don't know. It's like a soft wrong. It's a soft wrong. Because the reading itself is correct. Because the AI clearly can read the full phrase with nan desu ka. The choice in the way they do it is probably because they have to treat everything like that. And that's at least my theory behind how it's trained.
ここのパンケーキはとても美味しいです。一緒に食べませんか?
Sure. We're gonna order something to eat. Pankeki. この
パンケーキはとても美味しいです。一緒に食べませんか?
Kokono. Ooh, they're using the kokono thing. Kokono pankeki wa totemo kawaii desu. Yeah, since I started doing this, where like I cut this, it's become so nice once the vocabulary has come along. Like cutting and grouping the particles to the previous word. It's such a great way. I think that's probably the most substantial and realized step in Japanese. Kokono instead of koko no. Koko no. Kokono. Kokono pankeki wa totemo kawaii desu, right? Totemo kawaii desu. Isho ni, right? Isho ni tabemasen ka? Tabemasen ka? So all the it's even though if the pitch accent is incorrect on your particle, right? If you're not particling correct on pitch accent, grouping them, you kind of get a generalized feel of what the pitch accent is going to end on your particles over time. It really does feel like that, at least in my opinion. Like there's a like elegance to the sound of Japanese. So you kind of end up feeling it out too when you start grouping your particles with the previous word. When it comes to like pronunciation, in my opinion, it sounds very rhythmy. So kokono, right? Kokono pankeki wa totemo kawaii desu. Isho ni tabemasen ka? Right? Or tabemasen ka, because this is actually a question. Reminding yourself that technically it's not this is a marker of unknown. And you can actually say this as a statement without the uptone. The uptone is the question. The uptone is the question. This is a marker of unknown. So you could actually say isho ni, in this case, it can be kind of like a statement, right? Isho ni tabemasen ka? I had an uptone again, but tabemasen ka, right? Instead of tabemasen ka or tabemasen ka. But I don't have examples, but there are a few examples that I've heard already where the ka doesn't necessarily mean a question per se. It means it's a statement of unknown. And I've heard a few. Like rhetoric. If you're giving rhetoric, you don't necessarily use uptone in rhetoric, at least in English. And it's kind of reflexive reflect it in Japanese. Like, for example, here's an interesting question. Do leaves fall off everywhere? Right? Instead of do leaves fall off everywhere? Instead of do leaves fall off everywhere? Like off trees. I don't know. I was trying to think of some profound statement. But rhetoric doesn't have uptone. It's an unknown statement. So when you're using rhetoric, you do not use uptone. So it's technically not a question per se. It's a type of question, sort of. It's a preponderance. And ka has other uses. I know at least 2 other uses. And it's a marker of unknown for those. So anyways. Fun times. Really fun times.
面白いハムスターが1匹います。
I'm curious if Duolingo will use the other kas. Actually, Lotus, have you seen Duo use ka to mark unknowns? In like usually I saw them in like complex sentences. There's like you can mark an unknown thing within a statement. I think somebody used that before, putting ka in the to mark unknown clause inside a sentence.
面白いハムスターが1匹います。
面白いハムスター Oh, ハムスターが1匹です。or 1匹います。Oops. 1匹います。
ハムスターが1匹面白い。
Did they call the interesting hamster?
面白いハムスターが1匹います。
面白いハムスターが1匹います。There's one funny hamster.
このカフェに猫がたくさんいます。ハムスターも1匹います。かわいいですね。
Okay. Has a lot of animals. I heard neko and hamster at the same time. And they also said also a hamster. So more than one animal. We technically know the words for bird as well. Unfortunately, they didn't introduce it. Tori. I'm gonna say tori. I don't know if it's up or down.
パンケーキを食べませんか？
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 Sure.
パンケーキを食べませんか？
Would you like to eat pancakes?
猫。
め。め。Your me. Your me is me. ホットドッグ。
ホットドッグ。
Oh my gosh, ホットドッグ。The accent was all over, but anyway. 監督。誕生日。ホットドッグ。ホットドッグ。このパンケーキは美味しいです。Right? Yeah. Sure.
動物。
パンケーキ。
ポップコーン。
コンテスト。ダンス。
Good.
猫
猫が
一
一
匹
匹います。一匹います。そう、OK。その猫の目は青いです。
その
その猫
の
の目
目は
は
青い
青い
で。
ですす。うん茶色の猫が一匹います。
茶色の一匹。
大きい目。大きい目。
大きい
目。
目。
目。ハムスターが一匹います。
ハムスター一匹。
一匹います。この猫の目はとても大きいです。
この猫の目はとても大きいです。
この茶色の動物はハムスターですか？
Okay. Is this brown animal a hamster? Sono茶色の動物は何ですか？Whoops. I think I said 茶色の動物は何ですか？
なんです。
Yeah, she says 何です。何ですか？茶色の猫。茶色の猫。
茶色
の猫。Okay.
うるさい犬が2匹います。
Interesting. Are you talking about stuff like Nanika or something? Nanka? Oh, the unknown marker? Are you talking about like unknown marker stuff? I think so. Or were you talking about the unknown clauses, yeah. Does Duolingo use unknown clauses? I didn't know. Lotus abandoned me. Lotus was so deep in the locker. Oh, it used to? Oh, okay. I guess we'll find out. Hey Andy, how have you been? Sorry, allergies. He used to teach things like, is that Nanka or Nanika? I don't actually know. Nanka or Nanika? That's an interesting kanji. Imasu ka? Something imasu. Oh, yeah. I see it though.
うるさい犬が2匹います。
うるさい。
うるさい。
うるさい。2匹。
2匹。
2匹。2匹 what?
うるさい犬が2匹います。
Oh, 犬。
犬
が
2
2匹
います。
います。Oh, you mean... Oh, 作ります。作りますか? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're aware of that, Hideyoshi. Yeah. I see, Indy. That's right. Something. Yep. Something, someone, some object, some unknown. Yeah. That's the natural evolution of where Duo has to go. So I'm expecting it to come up soon. In Duolingo.
うるさい犬が2匹います。
うるさい犬が2匹います。2匹います。2匹います。That's a lot of E's.
ネックレス。パレード。
モノレール。耳。ポップコーン。
小さいハムスターが2匹います。
Okay. 小さいハムスターが2匹います。
小さいハムスターが2匹います。
その犬の耳は長いですね。とても可愛いです。何歳ですか?
I mean, I guess it's interested in the dog. And doesn't like the dog. Think the dog is scary. その犬の耳は長いですね。その犬の耳は長いですね。とても可愛いです。何歳ですか? It taught one as, do you want me to make something to eat? Oh, interesting. Wow. Huh. For 何か食べますか? Or なんか I don't actually know if it's nanka or nanika. I feel I want to say nanka tabemasu as interpret. Nah, it's way more complex than that. Oh, okay. Oh, it's nanika? Okay. Thanks.
ハムスターと遊びましょうか? ハムスターと遊びましょうか?
遊びましょうか?
遊びましょう。
Oh, I forgot the question.
あの犬カフェが大好きです。毎週あのカフェの犬と遊びます。今週一緒に行きませんか？
Could or can in place of may? Who? Who's they? Who are you referring to as they? Duolingo English course for Japanese. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting observation because someone like you, Hideyoshi, you don't use may very often, or the subjunctive. You actually use the indicative a lot. And I would actually say that Duolingo using the English course is very colloquially reflexive of internet speech. People don't use may, should, would very often. Yeah, could I get 2 bagels, please? Yep. But that's only one situation. That's indicative speech. Yeah, versus subjunctive. And usually most people use the indicative to begin with. So I think teaching English that way is probably close in terms of English. If you're going from Japanese to English, much more indicative than Japanese. So like if you go up to someone, it's like, could I get 2 bagels? That's usually the colloquial norm. As opposed to, may I have 2 bagels? At least here in the United States. On the internet, it's often that way too. Like, this is, I can do this, I can do that. It's not, I may be able to do this, I may be able to do that. Perhaps I may be able to do stuff, right? Conditional, lots of conditionals. May is a potential and conditional kind of thing. Also super picky about the placement of please, but never teaches them. Interesting. Oh, that's so interesting. I always feel weird ordering because I flex between can I get and I want. Yeah. Please do this. May I have this, please? Oh, that's so interesting. Oh my gosh. We can't go into another digression about English. But, or I don't want to, right? Which is what Indy just expressed there. I do not have, I do not desire to go into another digression, but that's so interesting. Yeah, I would like, yeah. Time permitted, I would definitely like the idea of digressing into another take. But generally speaking, yeah, indicative form is hands down 101. But I think it will be a loss in translation for Japanese speakers, Hideyoshi. I think that's a really great point. When a Japanese speaker think that they're being less direct or indirect using the subjunctive, there's going to be a loss in translation. So if Duolingo is saying, like a Japanese phrase is being converted into, can I have 2 bagels? Like tell them to say, can I have 2 bagels? Then it would be far more indicative, far more than the Japanese person intends to, right? However, it's also normalized. It's one of the normalized form of speeches. The mood, the formalized mood. And I talked about this earlier in the reverse direction. I don't want to be like Japanese, as in being indirect and inferenced and contextual heavy when I'm speaking Japanese. So it's the reverse is also true, where Duolingo does supplant and do multiple interpretations. Yeah, there's like a level of normalization between the two, and the intent might be lost in translation. Are you planning to only study Japanese using Duolingo? I plan to only stream Japanese on Duolingo so far, but I haven't only used Duolingo. Kyo. It's something I can stream on Twitch. So Duolingo is something I use because it's pragmatically allowed to be. Like, as much as I want to hit a textbook just for fun and whatnot, I think that's also a copyright thing too. So there are other things I do use, but copyright. Like, I can't be watching someone stream and someone's content. That's technically restreaming, and it does fall under fair use sometimes, but I don't want to get into that. Like, I don't want to be involved in that type of thing. What other resources am I using? Right now, I do evening readings for grammar to sleep to off Tofuku. I once in a while read a book from Tatoku. I review predicates by looking at verb conjugation tables. Occasionally, I would ask myself stuff and I look it up on Jisho and then try to integrate it. And then I watch interviews in Japanese and English. I watch a bit of multilingual people who are Japanese people who kind of speak English. And what I mean by that is they think they speak English well, but I personally think it's interesting to see where their English is lacking, much as where my Japanese is lacking. So I watch a lot of that type of programming. And I watch anime on Wednesdays. So today would be the day I watch anime later this evening. And yeah, and most of the time I actually play Japanese games or video games, and I hear Japanese a lot in my life. I'm not Japanese, by the way, so I hear Chinese mostly. One of the Japanese people that I'm watching had a lot of trouble with gerunds. Yeah, gerunds. It's the B. And yeah, I like watching people learn English because it gives insight into how Japanese people think. Yeah. Have you only been studying for 70 days or so? Yes, this is 70 days. Yeah, only up to now. Yep, formally. And I would say actively studying. Yes, actively studying. I spent the majority of my life listening to Japanese. Like, not studying Japanese, but listening to Japanese. So there might be things involved to take account of. Yeah, I have to take account of those things. So not vanilla style, where like, oh, hey, Japanese is cool. I've never heard Japanese before kind of thing. I have listened to Japanese for more than 2/3 of my life. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kyo. How about you? Are you learning a language right now? And what languages do you speak, learn, like speak, write, etc.? What interests you about language learning? Yeah, I love watching Japanese people interact with English. It would be kind of interesting to see and hear what it's like at the other end for other people, not just language learners, right? But maybe in Japan. Maybe when I visit Japan. Alright, let's listen to this. Yeah, so before we move on, yeah, the indicative speech, I think there's a loss in translation in Duolingo. I think they did pretty well the other way around though. So they do, Duolingo does do well with would, should. They haven't done may, but would, should, like, the different aspects of English, like, would, should, trying to capture the kind of different nuances and levels of politeness. They do go out of their way to do that. However, if it's doing the other way, I think there might be a loss in translation. If that's what they're using, like can, is, am, were, being, things like that, that might be a little tough. It'll make them sound normal, so to speak, because a lot of people don't go beyond the indicative mood. So usually that's fine to start, in my opinion. You're studying Japanese. I wasn't planning to keep on studying it, but it honestly so fun, so I didn't stop. Aw, where are you in your Japanese learning language? And what kind of tools are you using? Yo, what kind of tools and stuff? What gets your motor running? That sounded weird. Wait until you see have to for Japanese or English, Hideyoshi, because I don't have to wait for anything. You do this thing that you expect me to behave a certain way, but I reckon I probably know a lot more than you think. But I'm guessing you mean the have to phrase for Japanese. But fair enough. It's kind of like when you said the desire thing, want and like. You have a habit of using the indicative to predict the future all the time, as opposed to you may be interested in seeing what they do with have to, as opposed to wait until you see this. I'm like, okay, well, thanks for trying to indicate the future, which is the English, which is what I'm referring to, as most people speak as though the future is definite. Whoops. Inu. We might as well listen to this.
あの犬カフェが大好きです。毎週あのカフェの犬と遊びます。今週一緒に行きませんか?
It's so much easier just to listen to it. Okay. Oh, no. Well, I mean, they really like it. And they should go together, I suppose. Yeah. Find a new cafe to go to. That's interesting. Inu kafe ga daisuki desu. Oh, he likes the person likes the cafe, so it's not necessarily new to that person. Maishu cafe no inu. Hard to read. Inu to asobimasu. Sure. Oh, interesting. I play with the cafe. That dog over there every week. And this week, would you like to go with me this week? Fair enough. Cute. Very cute. この猫の耳はかわいいですね. Sure, that works. When all else fails, add kawaii or oishi to everything. このカフェがハムスター No にハムスターがいます。Sure. ハムスターがいます。Something more two of hamsterが2匹います。Sure. このドーナ 物。Oh, この、動物カフェ Sure. に犬がいます。
が
Sure. Should we play with the hamsters? Yeah, this one's a little weird. And I forgot to look this up yesterday. I was busy struggling with my allergies yesterday. I wanted to think about the use cases of asobi masho in this interpretation. ハムスターと遊びましょうか? Sure. Yes.
ハムと遊びましょうか。
Okay. カフェに白い猫がいます。猫がいます。
にが
A big boy. I mean big dog. この大きい犬、この大きい犬と遊びましょう。遊びましょう。この大きい犬と遊びましょう。
その犬の耳は長いですね。
その犬の耳は長いですね。Okay. That dog ears. That dog's ears are long, aren't they? 黒い I think we're fine with no nose. 黒いハムスターが2匹います。
黒いハムスターが
2匹
います。
このカフェにいろいろな動物がいます。
このカフェにいろいろな動物がいます。Okay. There are all sorts of animals in this cafe.
優しい猫が2匹います。
優しい猫が2匹います。優しい猫が2匹います。There are 2 cats. There are 2 nice cats. Okay.
ハムスターと遊びましょうか。ハムスターと遊びましょうか。
遊びましょうか。I got caught. That was the mistake I made. Okay. We did get chanto though, to make sure to do something. Chanto.
口
Oh. Mouth.
部屋
I was like, kuchi. Why does that look weird? It's like because we have the kanji for mouth.
口
There it is.
この犬の口は怖いですね。この
kono what?
この犬の口は怖いですね。
Really? Really? You want to say that? That's kind of weird.
犬の口はこの犬の口は怖いですね。怖いですね。
That's kind of weird.
この犬の口は怖いですね。
I suppose. この犬の靴は怖いですね。This dog's mouth is scary, isn't it?
このカフェに小さいライオンが3匹います。怖いです。うちに帰りましょう。
What's up with this being scared all of a sudden? They suddenly turn dark. All the sayings are talking about being scary. I was kidding. Go back to kawaii. Kawaii and omoshiroi. Okay. このカフェに小さいライオンが3匹です。Oh, I didn't even catch the ライオンが3匹です。Yeah, sure. かわいいです。かわいいです。うちに帰りましょう。I didn't quite register what was going on in that sentence until now. 白い white what? White dog? 白い犬はoh yeah, 何匹いますか? They didn't put in the kanji for nani.
このカフェのトマトサラダはとても美味しいです。サラダとケーキを食べましょうか。
It's not assumed that it would be the same kanji. So, can't know that until it's introduced. Don't make assumptions. What is this with tomato? I wasn't listening.
このカフェのトマトサラダはとても美味しい。ケーキを食べましょうか。
Really? Salad and cake? What? Alright, real talk, folks. What are people's thoughts about tomato salad and cakes? As a... I don't know how I feel about tomato salad and cake. Oh, 2 separate orders. That's fair. That is fair. That they're ordering 2 separate things for 2 separate people. That's true. That's a very, very fair observation. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you. That actually... Well played. Well played. Well played. I haven't even considered that. I was like, are you gonna eat both of those? Or are you gonna... It's kind of so weird. Okay. Well played. このトマトこのトマトサラダは高いです。Is tomato salad a thing? I swear, when I start thinking about things, the first thing I think about when it comes to like people going to cafes and stuff is ordering a tomato salad. Kono cafe ni hamster ga 3匹います。Okay, 3匹。
3匹
Sure. 何年生駅4年生口2年生この部屋 Sorry この部屋に猫が3匹います。
この3匹
口
耳
ツアー
ツアー
Oh my gosh, I freaking hate tour. Tour. Sorry. It's fine. お祭り
お祭り
猫 How many animals are there? I don't know. How many?動物が何匹 Oh, I forgot this word actually. I skipped this word. I skipped this phrase when in a total recall. 何匹 I skipped over. Gotta remind myself that one. Okay. Technically. So, 動物が No, 動物は Yeah, 動物は何匹いますかいますか Duolingo keep bringing this question back for my personal practice because I missed this. How many elephants are there? Wait, what's the word for elephant? Hello there, just came from one of my YouTube videos. Oh, hey, Diva. Hello there, Diva. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. Hello. You are more than welcome to also stick with YouTube. Either or works. I tend to read both. 私も日本語を勉強します。Very nice. Very nice. そうですか。Oh, wow. If you're how are you studying? So how are you studying? How do I say that? How do I how things? I don't know how to how things yet. But how are you studying Japanese? Walking life forms? That sounds about right. Dobutsu. Interesting, walking life form, huh? So what is swimming life form? Is that still considered walking life form? Do they have a separate name for aquatic animals, I guess? Wait. Oh, doyate. Oh, doyate. So is it 勉強どうやって勉強どうやって No, wait. 日本語はどうやって勉強しますか? Is that how you use that? I don't actually know. Doshi equals verb. Okay. I mean, all right. You took a few courses in college and now I'm using Duolingo for maintenance. Oh. But most of my study is very scattered and consists of instructional YouTube videos and a lot of immersion. I see. Music, anime, following Japanese people on Instagram, etc. Oh, so you retained most of your college course foundations and now you're just milling around in the good old, what I would consider the fluency state, which is you can use Japanese to learn Japanese. I see. So desu. Do you use do you write in Japanese and use Japanese input at all? Or do you prefer your Romaji display? I actually have no problems reading Romaji because I like to keep my Romaji in my back pocket. どうやって日本語するの? Not 日本語するの。勉強するぞ。Sorry, 勉強. I was thinking of something else. I was gonna ask where do you put Nihongo in, but I kind of answered my own question that it's implied because we're still talking about Nihongo. Like I was gonna stick Nihongo in there because I like to be pedantic and not inference. It's something I don't like about Japanese actually. Too much inference makes for a very complicated conversation online. So I probably specify Nihongo again. Where do you stick Nihongo in there? In that phrase. Yeah, Benkyou suru no I get. Oh, is it just no Nihongo? You just add Nihongo at the end? Well, I mean, I'm not sure about the no thing. Do yatte Nihongo. Oh, okay, you just stick it in there. Okay, Nihongo. Oh yeah, o benkyou suru. Fair enough. That can work. Okay. That's fantastic, Hideyoshi. That's beyond my comprehension. Let's see. How many animals are there? So you're saying you use oh, it's moving? Okay. Oh yeah, moving things? Sure. So aquatic animals are also moving. Right. So Diva, how long have you been using Duolingo for maintenance? Have you been using it recently? Kind of like to pick the brains of the maintenance peeps. I have two other people who are 2 years. I see. What do you think of the recent changes? Have you done the recent changes? Oh, you can use niece. You just explained to me something else. That the kanji that I learned for nensei is also the kanji for the counter for years. Yeah, 2年ぐらい. Yeah, about 2 years. So I know Chinese. The answer to that would be yes. I know Chinese. But that's not it. I learned I'm in college. I'm in the college unit So I learned the phrase. Ninense. And then because the kanji for nen is reused for the counter for years, I assume that's 2 years about. And gurai is already introduced and ni is already introduced. So ninense is second year, right? Technically second school year. So just by the process of elimination, I figured this is the counter for year. And you just told me that it stays nen. So fair enough. You're also Chinese, so because I know Chinese characters, kanji was a lot easier for me to pick up than for my non-Chinese speaking peers. I see. Year is counterless? I don't care, dude. Hideyoshi. It doesn't. I don't care if it's self-counting or not. It's a measure mechanic. Like, I know you mean well all the time, but your constant jargon indicative is very pedantic. It's almost like it's constantly. I feel like you're constantly trying to like flex some technicality, but it's not very helpful. These kind of aha moments when you intuit the language meaning are so much fun. Yeah, me too. That's exactly what I was leaning towards before I got like constantly deflated by jargon. Also, I'm illiterate in Chinese, by the way, Diva. So no benefits from my illiteracy. Illiteracy. I'm illiterate in Chinese. You're also Chinese. May I ask what kind of background? May I ask what kind of background you are from? I haven't met someone with English as well. Really well typed English, actually. And hyphenation. And also college education. Your dad's from Hong Kong and your mom's from Taiwan, but I was born in the United States. Oh, hey, you're an ABC. I am also an ABC. I'm a massively illiterate ABC. Both my parents are Fujianese, so I speak Fujianese at home. And they moved away from New York City, so I didn't have a bilingual education. You get scared speaking Mandarin? Yeah, it's one of those things. I do Manglish or like Fujianese all the time, where like you toggle back and forth. Like you know, does he understand Mandarin? It's like Nia, just Nia. Nia. Kind of thing, right? But like a little, you know, Nia Chinese, Nia Chinese, that kind of thing. Although I'm not too shy about it, that I'm illiterate, I usually use both. I use both, and it's the, you know, it's the ABC. It's the ABC experience, right? So it's cool to meet another ABC, and also another ABC that decide to learn Japanese. Does your parents ever ask you like, why did you learn Japanese? My parents asked me that. Actually, now I have a reason though. I do have a sibling who resides in Japan, so there is a pragmatic use for it now. But usually it would be like, why don't you learn a more influential language? I know. It's one of those things. It's Chinese. It's more like Chinese pragmatism. Like, if you're gonna get diminished returns, you would pick a language that has more pragmatic applications or bigger influence. Your older sibling actually learned Japanese before you did. Oh, I am the older sibling, so, but you know, coincidentally, I think my sister probably learned Japanese before I did, actually formally, since her occupation involves being in Japan. Your parents actually moved to Japan a few months ago to do mission work, since they're since they're retired now. Ah, okay. Yeah. My parents are largely retired too. Ooh, your parents are retired now? But that also means we might also belong to the same generation of ABCs. You don't happen to be a millennial, would you? If your parents are retired now, your oldest brother was born in 1990. Oh, you're a little bit younger. I'm quite a bit older. You're 10 years. Oh, okay, all right. Gen Z represent. Interesting. demo daijoubu. Okay. We're one generation apart, by the way. I'm older than your oldest. I'm older than your oldest brother. 私たちも日本語学生ですね。Oh, okay. You yeah. You should be teaching this guy, not me. No, Indy, you don't get to run away. Now you guys get to yeah, we're both Japanese students. Yes. Indy, now you get to talk to someone who knows Japanese, who actually knows more than me, with a background in Chinese, and now you can ask those questions. Diva can actually answer those questions that I cannot answer because I'm illiterate in Chinese. You see? Now you can milk Diva for all the knowledge. I'm just kidding, but definitely feel free. I have so many questions about the relationship between Chinese and Japanese. So I don't know how far you are in your Japanese education or how far your Chinese education is, but I've always had a lot of burning questions between Chinese and Japanese in a more constructive way. Something, we just went over this. Something, and then kanji wa do I have? I know. Oh, wait. I have Chisumon. Oh, that's the kanji for oh, okay. I see. That's the yeah, that's the kanji for Shisumon. Ooh. So Duo, so far Duo hasn't for question, right? For question. Duo has only introduced the kana. So haven't gotten the kanji for Shchumon. And also we just talked about nanika just by coincidence right before we started talking, right before that. Yeah, nanika shchumon wa arimasu ka? I see. Yeah, what questions? They'll come up at some point. Yeah, what questions do I have? They'll come up at some time. Not I don't have like a laundry list. They'll often come up here and there. but I have no idea at the moment. It's a long journey. Like how you feel about Water Day. How do you feel about Water Day? Or how do you feel about the days of the week? You know, specifically like Fire Day, Water Day, you know? Right? Water Day struck me very well because although I'm illiterate, I at least know what the words sound like. You know. Suiyobi. Wait, but the very interesting thing about that is that that's not just Japanese, I think. No, it isn't. That is the interesting part. Yes, it's not just Japanese. We talk about it a lot. From time to time, I can recognize some of the sounds. I only have sounds to rely on. I don't have a literacy. I don't have literacy to rely on, but I do have sounds. So Suiyobi is Water Day. If they didn't show me the kanji, right? If they didn't show me the kanji, I would automatically already assume that it's probably related to Chinese because of Suiyobi. Water, right? Sui. How do I say water in Fujianese? G. Yeah, G doesn't help. Yeah, Sui and G are way too far apart. Yeah, I think we might have gone. Let's see. Days of the week. Yeah, we got all the days of the week. Yeah, sun, moon, fire, water, tree. Yep. Gold and earth. We went through that. Oh. Wait. Oh, we didn't go over planets yet. No planets. Yeah, all the days of the week and the characters. Yep, we went through all the characters because everyone has something to say about them. Yeah. Indeed. Hey, Yui. Hello. Oh, also, hello, Sai. I totally glossed over sci-fi. Hello, sci-fi. The origins of why it's water, fire, etc. is because of the planets. Yeah, I figured. And other cultures also use the planets to name their days of the week. Indeed. They most certainly do. They most certainly do. But the question is, when you learn Suiyobi, did your Chinese-isms come about and be like, yo, that's pretty boss? Or how about phone? Oh, one of my videos on YouTube was on your YouTube feed? Yeah, Denhua. How do you feel about that? Denhua. Oh, Dianhua. I forgot. Dianhua. Do you speak a dialect by any chance? I guess you would know Cantonese, huh? Or do you know Taiwanese? I'm curious. Do you know any Cantonese or Taiwanese being having those types of parents? It makes it easier to remember. Yeah, I speak Mandarin. Somehow didn't learn Cantonese or Taiwanese. Did you watch enough TVB to be like, yo, what the? Oh, ad block. Okay. Did you watch enough TVB to be like, yo, but I can still understand Cantonese. I just don't want to respond or speak in Cantonese because this person, as a young person, watched a lot of TVB. Oh, you literally can't with Cantonese? Not something like "Nei gong ma yeah"? Nothing like that? Oh, okay. I'm sure "Nei gong ma yeah" is good enough, right? That sounds familiar. What did you say? Like, what did you say? The phrase. Sorry, I could have chosen a better one, but what did you say was the phrase? Yeah. So things like that. I've immersed. As you're immersing in Japanese, when I was younger, I was immersed in Cantonese because of TBB. Things like Journey to the West, right? Journey to the West programming, Monkey King. Lots of Journey to the West. Like, I've seen like 4 or 5 iterations of Journey to the West across 4 decades. I even watched the Australian production of Monkey King. I'm kind of a Monkey King person. And there's this cartoon about a pig called Macdoll or something. Macdoll. That's kind of funny. Thanks, XD. Alright, well, we need to stop digressing, but I have so many things to talk about. Or like, I don't get to interact with a lot of ABCs. It doesn't happen very often. McDole? Like, sorry, that kind of reminds me of McDonald's, but yeah. I can't discern. Wait, where in the world am I located? I'm located on the east side of the United States, like the East Coast, more or less, of the United States. Same? Okay. And you're not located near New York City. Oh, Nova area? Okay, fine. Northern Virginia. I've been to Northern Virginia a couple times. Disc golf diva. Disc golf. It's Northern Virginia is a hub for disc golf. I'm in Pennsylvania right now, but obviously most of our roots or my immediate family is from New York City, right? Neat. Good old East Coast Asian. I was about to if you said California, we can't be friends anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Like, heckin' East Coast Asians, they don't understand. Just kidding. Thanks for sharing. I haven't met an ABC in a long time. It's different, if you know what I mean. It feels very different. Indie, don't give me that. It feels very different because the perspective from, I don't know if you ever actually, do you stream or content create at all? But a lot of times it's very hard to learn certain things that come from like a monocultural background, and it's definitely different. The perspective just shifts when you end up being like in ABC or like American born anything. The perspective shifts in the way people view learning things and whatnot. And oftentimes when you're learning Japanese, oh boy, there's some passionate folks. Indie. No, I'm just kidding. Indie is great. Indie's great. Although he hasn't regaled me in his Texan accent yet. I want to hear someone speak Japanese with a Texan accent. I know Indy is trying to train himself away from having an accent, but man, imagine what Japanese sounds like with a Texan accent. Not just an American one, not plain old Northeast like Midwest accent. We're talking about a Texan accent. Yeah, Indy is. That's probably gonna be me, even if I don't want to talk like a Texan. I bet it sounds awesome. Your diphthongs are probably pretty wicked, right? I, Oh man, these are probably pretty wicked if you deliberately embrace your text and accent. If you're doing like au, ai, and o. Oh, those are gonna be wicked. I can only imagine. This is why I'm working on production. Okay, just between you and me though. Just between you and me. When you're in my presence, I would totally want to hear that. When you're in Japan, it's understandable. You gotta do both though. Oh wait, so before you continue your lesson, can you tell me why you're learning Japanese? You've been going at it for a little while now too with, yeah. So how should I say this? In the words of Dogen. I'm a weeb. No, I'm just kidding. What'd you call it? My sister recently got work in Japan, and for the longest time, like for 2/3 of my life, I've been exposed to Japanese because I like video games. You know, cue the normal things like video games, literature, cinema. Cinema. Pretty much anything creative. Anything creative was inspired off of the Japanese culture. So why now though? The question is why 70 days ago? It's a combination of we might visit Japan soon because my family pragmatically has a reason. Chinese parents, of course. Pragmatic motivation to visit. And also I recently concluded a game series that deals with the modernization of the Japanese culture, and the Japanese language is available alongside English, and I'm like, you know what, I like this way too much to not finally go for the Japanese language. So yeah, the Japanese language. After 6 months of this, I'm going to be moving on to Mandarin as to further my communication with my parents, probably, maybe. Usually Fujonese is sufficient. And then Spanish. So unlike your college education, my college education was in Spanish. So from high school to college, it was Spanish. It will end with Spanish, maybe. A lot of people did ask for other languages. Japanese culture is amazing, hands down. The internet culture is wild too. Like, let's not even talk about, let's go broader. Because I don't even know, I can't even say if I understand the Japanese culture enough because it's reflected in the internet culture. So it certainly is amazing from the outlets that were provided. Have you been to Japan, Eva? Before I start, have you been to Japan? You might have already mentioned that. I wasn't paying attention. You've been once? Last year? Oh, nice. So recent. Very recent. How did you fare? In terms of like emotional impact, using your Japanese, like how did that all work out? It was fun. I got to speak with some natives. Yo, that's I like to think that's within the next 3 years for me. The next 3 years. My sister is going to be in Japan for another 3 years. So any time within the next 3 years. Ideally probably sometime next year. Yeah. So what are you gonna do with your Japanese now? It was difficult too, and I had my Japanese dictionary Google Translate out on my phone almost the entire trip, but it was so rewarding. Well, there you go. That's awesome. Even came prepared, right? Even came prepared. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, we can certainly go back and forth. I would love to hear your little things and little stories, and I would even love to hear your little tidbits here and there Not all at once, obviously. But your little stories that you are reminded of, maybe in terms of learning Japanese or something, definitely feel welcome. Feel welcome to do whatever, because Indie and Lotus keeps me company too. Like everyone else has their little tiny stories here and there. But yeah, did you remember that one time that you met someone, something like that? Did you get the Nihongo? Wait, what was the phrase? Nihongo wa jozu? Did you get the phrase Nihongo jozu? Sorry. You had to pull it out, right? You had to pull it. Did you get that? When you spoke, you got it? Okay. Sorry, I had to ask. It's mandatory. I'm not good enough. I feel like every Japanese learner has got to like band together and come up with like a normalized but unique response that wasn't originally in the Japanese lexicon. Like what I mean is, I feel like that happens enough where it could constitute a separate response. I know there are proper responses, obviously, right? Like you have the proper responses, but it would be really fun if the internet ended up banding together in terms of language learning to come up with like some sort of unique response to the Nihongo Jozu. Sorry to hear that you weren't good enough, but I'm sure they want you to continue learning Japanese. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yes. Huh. Thank you. That made my day. That definitely made my day. I'm waiting for so Indy, who's in the closet right now, Indy is going to Japan soon. And I'm going to ask him the same question when he gets back from Japan. Oh, some people did mention that though, so that was encouraging. Oh, nice. You're cooking salmon in the oven. Okay. Wait, you're cooking salmon in the oven? On broil? Do you have a broiler in your oven? Baked salmon. It helps that I look Asian, so some people might have assumed that I was Japanese native. Do you look Japanese though? I swear as in like an ABC I get Korean a lot more than Japanese. My mom would do that for us when we were younger. Oh, broiled salmon? Yeah, broiled salmon is what I usually think of when someone sticks salmon into the oven. Because if you're like baking the salmon, oof, that thing comes out dry as a brick. But broiling, yeah, that's nice. If you have a broiler function in your oven. In before Indy's like Eel Texan brick salmon landlocked. Broil with some teriyaki. teriyaki sauce. I'm no stranger to your simple kosher crystal, kosher salt with some like lime, maybe, some sort of citrus on top, fairly light. Keep it pretty simple is also kind of nice. Salmon's got that nice sweetness to it already, that sweet fattiness. All right, that's enough. Thank you. You're the first ABC that I've met in my 70 days. First ABC. Interesting enough. Unless there were other ABCs and they were too shy. There are some people that know Mandarin, but I don't know. There's a guy named actually Indy is blue Chinese. Yeah, American born Chinese. Yeah, ABC. Yeah. I don't know about Blue. Blue Jelu knows quite a bit of Chinese and Japanese. They kind of make me think they know a lot of Chinese and Japanese. So I don't know if that person happens to be one. But so far you're about the only one that uses that term, and that strikes me as yeah. Like if you're American born Chinese, that term comes up a lot, and it's more of a convenience, a term of convenience, as opposed to anything else really. It really encapsulates a lot of things. As opposed to like some people might be a little sensitive if they're not in ABC, would suggest and ask someone who's in ABC, they wouldn't naturally use that term very comfortably, right? When you just throw it out there, it's like, yep. There's some camaraderie in that. All right. Virginian, huh? Although, now that I know you're from Virginia, I don't think we can be friends. Just kidding. Virginia. My state's bigger. Nah, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. How many animals are there? All right. Let's get back to the lesson. Dang, do you disc golf at all? Man, Northern Virginia is such a great place to disc golf.
動物
動物 I have to get back. Oh yeah. 動物
は
動物は
何匹
何匹
います か
Yeah, that works. 動物は何匹いますか？
黒いハムスターは何匹いますか？
黒いハムスターは Oh, you don't disc golf, but you've seen disc golf courses here and there. Very nice. How far are you in Duo for the 2 years? And I guess since you've been maintaining for 2 years, what are your thoughts about the changes post 2023? I happen to have started after the changes of 2023. So pretty much everyone I know now, their experiences are bled from the old 2020, pre-2023 into the 2024. So we've been talking about all the changes or like the difference in experience back and forth. That's what connects a lot of the Duolingo experiences here. And I know someone, his name is Hank. Yes, it's Hank. Hank is redoing everything, like redoing up to the point, and that person is finding, Hank is finding it better. You think it's better? It's hard to say since I've never used Duo as your main source of learning. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, that's fair. Right now I'm on section 3, unit 34. Ooh, okay. Dang. Fair enough. Yeah, Mr. Hank himself. 黒いハムスターは何匹いますか? How many black hamsters are there? This dog's mouth is scary, isn't it? Well, is it? Okay. Let's see. We'll start with kono inu no kuchi wa kawaii desu ne. Now I gotta find it. Alright. Okay.
この犬の口は怖いですね。
Okay. There are 3 black cats in this room. What's your favorite type of immersion lately? Oh, I'm asking the full-blown questions. What is your highest frequency use of immersion? Type of immersion right now? Or the highest frequency use? I'm removing the emotional, like subjective nature of favorite. But you are more than welcome to share off the top of your head what your favorite is. Music. Interesting. Indy loves Japanese music too. Indy actually sings. Sorry, I talk about other people all the time because I find other people far more in. But yeah, Indy sings. I actually I think Indy sings Japanese music. Have you done that already? You listen to Japanese music almost exclusively as opposed to music in English. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. You can sing in Japanese too? Nice, nice. How familiar are you with the trend of the hip-hop-esque rock band like neo movement with that features female singers like Zutomayo Yoasobi and Yorushika, because I listen to those a lot. You love the J-rock sound? Now, are we talking about indie J-rock or are we talking about mainstream? Yorushika? Oh, yes. Yes. We are speaking the same. It's almost like we're almost genetically programmed to have the same thing, man. Harakimi Nahare is so good. All of them. The most recent one was Haru from the second opening of Frien. Haru is their most recent. Yeah, Suiza's voice. Sorry. Zutomayo's singer is of that same brand, by the way. Zutomayo. A little bit closer to the synth side of things. And then Yoasobi is pretty... Yeah. But Yorushika, though. Oh, that blend. Nbuna is the composer. The composer guy. So, composition is so good. You rarely listen to them too. They're like the trifecta. Ado. Fair enough. All right, we kind of have similar coincidentally similar preferences for sure. In terms of Japanese, I used to be into like indie rock, indie J rock, like the harsher stuff, the noisier stuff. Like occasionally I'd be dabbling in Maximum the Hormone, new metal, and but Sambo Master, things like Sambo Master, like the raw, like we're talking about Rockin' Japan Fest ones, right? Like Sambo Master, Asian Kung Fu Generation, etc. The however you lump those guys together. Nowadays though, the chill ones are not bad as well, like Rawimp, right? Rawimp, and man, Bump of Chicken still going hard, you know? Bump of Chicken is going hard. I still remember when I listened to a track from 20 plus years ago. Bump of Chicken's still working with that. And then, you know, classic ones would be the Pillows. Throw in terms of J-rock, throw the Pillows into the discussion, or go even back like Bees. Is it Bees? Yeah, Bees. That is some old school J-rock, man. You actually saw... Oh, hey, you saw... who did you see? OK Rock. OK Rock. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do frequent. Which, by the way, speaking of Maryland per se, I know we're at the intersection of Maryland. I don't know if you've ever been to Otakon, Otakon, but I actually volunteer at Otakon. So occasionally, sometimes the reason why those bands come, like the venues in that place actually accommodate them. You haven't been to Otakon, but I want to go this year. This year is the 25th anniversary of Otakon. I have been going since 2007. Yeah, this is a big year. Yeah, it's the 25th anniversary. I've been going since 2007. And then obviously it was canceled for COVID. I work at Otakon. I volunteer at Otakon now. Like, I'm a staff member there. I like greeting people. So I work at registration. I sit there for like 6 to 8 hours every day of Otakon to greet people and get them checked in. You're gonna, oh no, this is gonna be it. Dude, we have to keep in touch. I would love to hear your experience at your first Otakon. Oh man. I'm basically, yeah, I'm that guy that runs around in registration because I like seeing the smiling faces. Oh, it is something else. And it's very spacious since moving to DC, the DC Convention Center. You're actually going to Japan for 7 weeks this summer? Your parents live there now. Oh yeah, that's right. You did mention that. Dude, that's so awesome. Having like a place to chill in Japan. Yeah. Well, anyways, we'll keep the rest. We'll keep some mystery in the bucket, right? Man, 7 weeks. I can't do that with my sister because technically she doesn't have a place. I don't know how long we're gonna stay in Japan. Probably sometime next year. Bunch of immersion in. I like how Japanese language learners like, yeah, we gotta go to Japan to get some immersion in. And you got the thing of having parents there. Do your parents know Japanese now? I imagine your parents are good to go. Okay, there are 3 black cats in this room. They're taking classes? I see. Man. It's so interesting. Oh, I guess both your parents are Hong Kong and Taiwanese. Like, one of your parents is there is one thing that there might be a disconnect between both our backgrounds. Since my parents are Fujianese, obviously there is some generational baggage involved. So sometimes when the topic of Japanese comes up, it can be a little bit touchy, especially if your parents are one's from Hong Kong and one's Taiwanese. Since we're adults here, there's a lot of geopolitics involved, especially including Japan, right? Historical geopolitics. So that stuff can be a little bit different. But I think my parents are Americanized these days, and they're not as awkward around the topic of Japan. Yep. Let's see. I don't know if you ever talked to your parents about geopolitics. My parents, since the dawning of like YouTube and all the social media like news outlets and stuff, they talk about news like every single day. So you cannot hear that by contact.
Kono.
What is it, indicator of getting old? Being interested in the news. I thought I wouldn't say this. I'm 37, but I didn't think I would say it in my 30s but I read the news a lot. Like, if you ask my 20-year-old self, it's like, who would ever like get up or spend their evening reading the news? Like, come on, man. And then now I just do it every day. So I already got my our old card punched in. I read the news a lot. You don't talk about politics too often in general, which I definitely don't mind. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, we talk about it more like a third thing. It's not like a personal thing, but more of a third person commentary. Much like the way I'm commentating on Japanese culture while I'm using Duolingo. This type of commentating. It's like, oh yeah, that's an interesting observation. You know, there are a significant number of people who have some animosity between two different groups. As far as I'm aware, that's what I've read. Whether I understand or comprehend and feel that, it's something else. But being up to date, being currently topical, being topical can be a way to connect with other people. Yeah, connect with other people. It's definitely important to be aware of, yeah. Sometimes you just don't know if you're walking into a room full of landmines or a room full of sunshine and rainbows. You know, sometimes. Geopolitical awareness. We are living in a very particularly tenuous and conflicted times recently. If anyone is aware of all the topical things that are happening around here. Not necessarily around the United States, but in the world in general. Yeah. Sorry, that sounded a little bit... It got a little bit deep, but being someone, a product of higher education, it's kind of difficult not to step back and see these things from time to time. Meanwhile, trying to do their best to encourage compromise and, you know, being diplomatic about things. Kono... Okay, that's it. Hey, Cozy. Hello. Welcome, Cozy. Welcome back. Alright, so... I gotta give these three cats their due justice. Kono kuroi neko ga 3匹. Oh, I forgot the location, huh? 部屋この部屋にこの部屋に黒い猫が3匹います。Sorry you're late? I don't expect you to be obligatorily arriving at any time. But thank you for arriving. You don't have to be sorry about it. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? It's pretty late for you, huh? Or do you... I don't remember if you mentioned how often, like what type of sleep schedule you're on. But hopefully you're getting some rest and not too busy. That sorry I'm late kind of makes me think that you're having a good time. Busy having a life. You're good? You're good. Nice. I'll take it. What are your thoughts on tomato salad, Cozy?
Tomato
salada.
Salada.
What are your you're starting Rent a Girlfriend because the song Hawaii Tegomen. Oh my gosh. Sorry, please ignore Indy. He's a you know, he's that type of otaku. So, please ignore. I'm just kidding. Come on, you set yourself up for that. I made a comment about you singing Japanese songs, Indy, and you just come out with that. You just come out of left field with a song from Rent a Girlfriend. Way to go, Indy. Way to go. I was trying to be casual, selling yourself modestly as a singer and, you know, a proprietor of Japanese music. And then you go and do that. Try to contain your excitement. You're gonna head out, gotta do some errands. But what times do I stream? I stream during EST, we're same time zone. So usually anywhere between 3 and forever. It's 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. usually. So it's whenever the evening happens. It's since we're the same time zone, I'm sure we'll bump into each other again. Oh, you joined my Discord? Oh, there are some. Well, I don't know. The Discord can be a little overwhelming. It's me basically typing walls of text. You'll probably find a lot of it interesting. It deals with multiculturalism and like dealing with the baggage of emotional appeal and all that stuff. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck on your errands. Thanks again. Thanks again. Nihongo Jozu. Jozo. Jozo. Jozu. Okay. All right. Take care. We'll talk later. Yeah, Nihongo Jozu desu ne. Take care, Diva. My schedule messing up again, so I sleep late. All right. But manageable, right, Cozy? Manageable sleep schedule, right? Do I have to? Do we have to start singing lullabies around this time? Okay, that's good. Glad to hear it's manageable. We should learn a Japanese lullaby song. Indy could teach me. Actually, Indy could sing a Japanese lullaby song, and I'm gonna play that voice sample for you. I've been told whispers down the line that Indy is a fantastic singer. So, you know, we need some voice samples at some point. And I'll just try to imitate Indy in a very, like, I'll be the budget Indy when we get a voice sample of a lullaby song from Indy. Wait. Wait. Oh, karafuru. Karafuru. Not something. Heya ni something. Oh, inu. Inu ga imasu. That sounds kind of cool. Karafuna heya ni inu ga imasu. I can't say that fast. There's no way I can say it that fast. Not yet. Alright, hang out with the kitty cat, spend time with the cats, sure. 隅に猫が4匹います。4 cats. 4 kitty cats. 猫と遊びましょう. Let's play with the kitty cats. Okay. Spend some time.
カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。
Okay.
カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。の隅に
Wait.
猫にが2匹います。
That comes out so fast. Like, what the heck? カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。
カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。
Yeah. Wow. That comes out so fast. What the heck?
このカフェにカメレオンが4匹いますか？ カメレオンはどこにいますか？部屋の隅ですか？
Okay. I guess it's technically looking for animals, right? Wait. このカフェに、yeah, カメレオンが4匹いますか？カメレオンはどこにいますか？ Yeah. He's asking where are the chameleons? 部屋の隅ですか？ Interesting. What is the room section or room corner? What is the
隅部屋隅
what is the room's corner? Huh.
隅の部屋隅
Interesting. That phrasing is
部屋
Huh.
あの隅にハムスターが2匹います。パンケーキ
Oops.
パンケーキ
They talk about hamster and I immediately think pancake.
ハムスターあの隅にハムスターが2匹います。
ハムスター
が2匹います。
Oh, there's a location? No?
あの隅にハムスターが2匹います。隅に
あの隅にハムスターが1匹Okay. あの隅にハムスターが2匹います。2匹います。
あの隅にハムスターが2匹います。
Okay. Yeah, in that corner over there, sure. There are two hamsters in that corner over there, sure. このカフェにカメレオンが how many? 2匹います。Sure, two. カラフルなカメレオン It's a wait. It's just ですね。そう、カラフルなカメレオンですね。Okay. かわいい猫が how many? 4匹います。Sure, 4 cute cats. 4 cute animals. この犬の鼻は大きいですね。Big booper. We found a big booper. Dude, I wonder how people translate this. Imagine trying to communicate to Japanese English Japanese people who are reading English right now, and then you go and say like, "Oh, hey, that dog has a big booper." Like, what booper? Nani? Booper? You know, booper. You go boop. Sorry. All right, I'm done. Kono inu no hana wa ookii desu ne.
大きいですね。
Wait, did you just booper? Boopa. I like it. Boo. Oh my gosh, please. Boopa. Wait, Boopa. Oh, yeah, true. Boopa. Yeah, Boopa. Oh no, I said Booba. Which, by the way, Booba, that's a Pokemon. Just so you know. But that's a Pokemon. Alright? But it's more like Booba. Booba, okay? Booba is a Pokemon. We already had this discussion a long time ago. Okay? Pokemon Booba. Also, its baby form is Booby. And then I don't actually know its evolved form. I forgot what its evolved form is. But I don't make this stuff up. That's not on me, okay? It's on Game Freak. I'll let you find out which Pokemon that is. Dogs don't like you booping their nose. Fair enough. Kono heya ni inu ga 4匹いきます。
4匹？
カメレオンの花は面白いですね。
カメレオンの花は面白いですね。
その部屋にハムスターが4匹います。
ハムス4匹？
その犬の花は綺麗ですね。Alright, sure.
その
Sure.
犬の花は綺麗ですね。
Awkward. オレンジ。
オレンジ？
茶色。
茶色？
パーティー。
パレード。
墨。
その犬の花は綺麗ですね。
その犬のは花綺麗ですね。We just said this. Only in the reverse. Okay. このカラフルなケーキは美味しいです。
カラフルな、
oh, wait.
この
カラフルなケーキは美味しいです。Hold. カラフルな動物はカメレオンですか？カメレオン。Okay.
動物カラフル
Where's your not?
な動物はカメレオンですか？
No, they wanted the reverse. Yeah, I don't really agree with this. This has happened before, but they just want to reverse it. The equivalence. Reverse the equivalence. So, カメレオンは karufuru na dobutsu. It's fair. Well, it's really not that fair. Yeah.
カメレオン、な、
That's fair.
は、
Sure.
動物、カラフルな、ですか。
I just want the equivalents to be the other way around. I kind of personally disagree. It's either.
ハムスターと遊びましょうか？
How did I make a mistake here?
ハムスタ
ハムスターと
遊びますか？
I guess of ka. ハムスターと遊びますか？遊びましょうか? And of course, we just got that. カメレオンはカラフルな
動物ですか？
トマトサラダ。
Tomato salad. Moving right along. 白い犬は何匹いますか？
カメレオンの花は面白いですね。
White dogs, actually. カメレオンの花は面白いですね。Right. The chameleon's nose is interesting, isn't it? It really is. I don't know if you guys ever looked at a chameleon's nose.
あのカラフルな部屋に犬がいます。
I wasn't paying attention.
あのカラフルな部屋に犬がいます。あのカラフルな部屋に犬がいます。あのカラフルな部屋に犬がいます。
Okay. あのカラフルな部屋に犬がいます。How there is a dog, there is a doge in the colorful room corner over there. In that room. Wait. In that colorful corner over there? Oh. Okay. There's a dog in that colorful room over there. Oh. Room. Sorry. The doge.
猫が2匹います。
猫が2匹2匹います。And then we have the feline sensation, right? There are cats. There are 2 cats. There are 3 cats. この部屋に犬が4匹います。
4匹。
There are 4 dogs in this room.
カメレオンは好きですか？
カメレオンは好きですか？ Do you like chameleons? Do you? We should play with the hamsters over there. Wait, あそこ、ハムスターと遊びましょうか or 遊びましょう actually 遊びましょうそう
あそこハムスタ
ーと遊びましょう wait oh over
で
play over there あそこでハムスターと遊びましょう okay ears Mimi da 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 sorry Final Fantasy da 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 okay hamster ears ハムスターの耳は小さいですね。
ハムスタ
They do have tiny ears though.
ーの耳は小さいですね。
パンケーキ。
パンケーキ、パンケーキ。
Sorry, that was a little aggressive. Alright, it's kanji time. Okay, let's... 15 minutes of kanji, let's go! Q. 9月。
9月。
Okay.
9月。9千。
9千。
9。900。
9分。Okay.
100。
9月。Oh.
100月。
That's why they're there. 9月。
9。
9。
9。
Do it up. Alright. 9時。9分。9月。9千。9。7時。
7時。
7月。
7月。
7時。1
1
時。
700。
Oops.
700。
7時。
7時。
7月。7000。
7000。
7
7月。7時。
時。
7時。7月。
That was awful. Sorry. 7000。
7000。
7時。7月。
6
6
時。
時。7分。
7分。
Let's go again until we get gatsu. 7月。
7月。
Oh, we got it. Okay.
7月。
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 That was a little
7
slim.
月。
7月。
Gatsu went on a diet there. Just a little bit. Alright, moving right along. Mono. Kaimono. Chi. Wait. Sai. What? I'm having a mental block. Oh no. I'm having a mental block. 来月。
来月。
買い物。
買い。
来月。
8
8
時。
時。買い物。
10
10
分。
分。7
7月。
月。
来
来
月。
月。Wow, that's the longest mental block I had in a long
買
while.
い物。
Uh,
買い物。
来月。
買い物。
え
買い物。
2時半。
来月。12時。
I messed up. 12時。9
9
月
月。。来月。
来
来月。
月。
買い物。
買い物。
高い。
高い。
7
7
月。
月。
大きい
大きい。。来
来月。
月。え
買 もの。7時。7月。買い物。来月。10。
えHey. Let's go again. 7月。
7月。
来月。
7月。来。7月。7月。来月。
Sure. 7000。
9
9
月。
7月。
700。
700。来月。
来月。来月。7月。見ます。半。古い。来月。7月。
Okay.
7月。
3時。9月。来月。7月。700。
来月。来月。6000。
6000。
田中。
田中。Sure.
7月。来月。20。
来月。Okay. One more. Let's do one more. Oh, we didn't get mono yet, actually. Until we get mono.
買い。
Is it kaimasu and kaimono?
買います。読みます。日曜日。買い物。休みます。かいも。
買います。
かいます。
買い物。
Mono? Mono.
買います。読みます。日本。休みます。買い物。
Come on. 買い物。何ですか？
何ですか？
何？
何ですか？
Sure.
何ですか？何です。何？
何？ Whoops.
何？買います。行きます。8。何ですか？何？何？何ですか？新聞。古い。見ます。何ですか？何です。
何？何ですか？6。
食べます。飲みます。何？何？何ですか？3時。12時。高い。何？
何？ Alright. Come on, give me mono. Nani? 買い物。
買い。
Dang it. Come on.
何？
Come on.
8。
100。
買い物。
40分。
何？何？何？母。京都。半。何？買い物。買い物。かいも。9。父。1時半。買い物。何？
Sure.
買い物。水。 10 4000何
Okay. Alright, one more time. One more time. Let's go. Dang it. Chichikatsu. Chichikatsu.
7月
Daigetsu.
7月
Okay.
7月7月来月今日9月7月700 7000来月来月来月7月来月半見ます古い
You slowed right down on Spanish learning and I can half time hear native speak? That's
7
cool.
月
Nice.
7月7月
That's good, right? You can half of the time hear native speak? That's amazing.
9月
9月
7
7月
700
700来月30
来月
来月
月来来
You can dispense with the studying and start like just do your immersion stage, you know? That's awesome.
Tanaka 来月20分7月
え
6
来月
Get more with
Alright, alright. We're not gonna rely on Mono. Mono's not coming out. Let's do these. Nanji.
Na.
Okay. Nani.
何時
Sure. Nanji. Nani.
3何時何何何時3時何7 7時何何30分何時何東京50何時何時何時日5時何2時
Not cool when learning the Japanese vocab and I'm forgetting the grammar. Oh, okay, so not a good thing.
何何
So, you have any plans on how you swap it up to get yourself motivated again?
時間
Done.
何何時山口日曜
It's gonna be a while before I get to Spanish. But you'll be there to help me out, you know? That's also kind of cool. For like a maybe in a year or two. 金曜日
金曜
Oh, we got a 金曜日 Wait, which one is this?
金曜日
Oh, I totally forgot that I know how to write 金曜日
金曜日
What the heck?
金曜日
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 9月
9月
Okay. 月曜日
月曜日9月9月
月曜日
9月9月9月月曜日
日曜日。9分。
9分。月曜日。9月。
9月。Oops.
9000。月曜日。月。曜日。月曜日。7000。9月。山口。何です。9月。9月。9月。日。来月。来月。9000。月曜日。月曜日。月。曜日。12時。4時。
4時。
4。月曜日。9月。
月曜日。You're gonna learn Chinese and Japanese together after? Aww. We're gonna be like reverse buds, cozy. Oh, so you're good with immersion though? Nice, very nice. To get that stuff. Get into the vocab and whatnot. Reverse buds. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Alright, we gotta book it. Time to book. Book. Very book.
いいえ、ホラー映画は見ません。
I started sounding like the Doge meme a moment there. Very, very book. Much book. Very book. Much quick. You listen to songs, but it's too quick. Oh, okay. Ooh, my voice is getting a little chalky from the drainage. Sorry, very vivid description. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is personalized practice. Yeah. Hoda eiga wa mimasen. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. I was gonna say amari mimasen, but no amari here. No, I don't watch horror movies. I'm going to play tennis for about 4 hours on the weekend. On the weekend.
週末4時間します
Oops.
ぐらいテニスをします午前8時にギターを弾きますか
午前8時にギターを弾きますか Are you going to play guitar at 8 a.m.?
プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか
I heard プロの support? I heard 仕事 What do we have? 野球 Probably 野球選手の仕事はどうですか？
どうですか？プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？
プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？
明日9時間ピアノを弾きます。
明日9時間ピアノを弾きます。Okay, I'm going to play piano for 9 hours. What are you, crazy? Okay.
プロのサッカーの
サッカー選
選
手
手の
の
仕事は
どうですか？
どうですか？
明日4時間バドミントンをします。
明日4時間バドミントンをします。I'm going to play badminton for 4 hours. Oh, I can see that though. Tomorrow.
医者の仕事は大変です。
Like speaking fast or catching the really fast and low speech. Yeah, you're not sure what I can do to get your speed up. Yeah, that's fair. I happen to sometimes I try to watch reaction videos and that stuff gets out of hand. So like what I mean is I like Japanese music, right? So I kind of do the same where I try to listen to Japanese music. It's a little fast and it has like poetic ad-libbing and whatnot. But then I was like, you know what? What if I watch a reaction of someone who speaks Japanese reacting to a Japanese song, right? And I forgot it's the internet. So naturally, this content creator speaks even faster because they're trying to be enthusiastic. So how they're enthusiastic is like triple the speed of the song. I'm like, dude, please slow down. You're too enthusiastic. You're speaking at like 3 times the speed that I can even comprehend. Like, I don't even know. Did you even say I in your sentence? Like that kind of thing. That's what happened. That's my experience at the moment. I kind of, that's the closest thing that I have that's relatable to what you just mentioned. Although I recently tried a little bit. So what do you do? I took the song and I reduced it by half. It warps the way the song sounds, but I took it and I reduced everything in halftime and try to understand it that way. Alternatively, I also took the kana of the song, read the kana. I read the kana, and because I know the kana, I sung along with the song. So all the lines from the kana, so the Japanese, all the lines that I understand, I sung along to the song. So instead of trying to listen to the entire song, I took parts of the song that I understood in Japanese from the translation, like not the translation, but the written part. I sing that song to myself or like hum it or something in my head. I remember that lyric and I go back to the music video, right? Or whatever song I'm saying, and then I sing along to it. And then over time, you kind of build up to that song. At least that's what I did. Just to engage myself in a different way. There are various songs I really enjoy listening to. So it's kind of reverse engineering, but it still helps me get used to seeing the song written in Japanese and finding all the ones that I do understand about the song. Then when I get to the song, I can hear it in like a certain amount of speed and some cadence, and then I can sing along just in those lines. You know how when you're singing to a song, you could remember the chorus or something because the chorus comes up a bunch of times. So I take some of my favorite Japanese songs that have great, wonderful chorus. I learn what the chorus says and how to say it and pronounce it. Then I sing along with the song, and the chorus reinforces how fast that phrase is in the song, and then over time I build up from there. At least that's what I have been doing for fun. I don't know if that inspires you or any, but being able to sing along a little bit is kind of nice, kind of fun too. Do you do any nursery rhymes or something? I haven't done any nursery rhymes, but that's a good point. I wouldn't mind learning some nursery rhymes, actually. I don't know if they're what kind of Japanese nursery rhymes. That's a good point. I'll come back to you on that. I haven't done any nursery rhymes. I've done like pop culture songs, like songs from anime and stuff that I enjoy. So I only know the chorus of those. But I'm curious about beginner songs, actually. I'll think about that. I'll try to like learn a few and then break it out in song every once in a while. Because I have a few way back in high school of the various languages, so yeah, little kids can do it. So can I. So I'll have to get back to you on that. That's a good point. Perhaps I can learn a few nursery rhymes now. Yeah. Indeed. Let's see. Isha no shikoto wa tanoshii desu. Work as a doctor is aihen desu. Whoops. Is tough. Aihen. I'm like, wait a minute. Work as a doctor is fun? I'm like, no, taihen desu.
よくうちでピアノを弾きます。
よくうちでピアノの弾きます。を弾きます。ピアノを弾きます。I often play piano at home.
その赤いキャラクターが好きです。
その赤いキャラクターが好きです。I actually love nursery rhymes, by the way. I know a lot of people can be a little apprehensive and being adults and stuff. I'm not a stranger to doing anything well. So oftentimes pride and ego can prevent someone from feeling a little insecure about doing nursery rhymes and stuff. I say nursery rhymes quite a lot. I think that's a great way to connect with younger people and even younger. Like I wouldn't mind having nursery rhymes in my back pocket for those occasions, actually, in my opinion. Like I participate. If a 6-year-old come up to me and say, "Hey, do you want to play something?" I'll try my best, right? So you need those things in your back pocket in case, or like someone who you meet someone who's equally as committed to that. Bro, why are you doing baby songs? Yeah, that's kind of the impression I get a lot too. I'm definitely not one that's shy on the whole ego scale. I don't usually ego learn anything most of the time. Say embarrassing. Embarrassing? Wait, how do you say embarrassing in Spanish? Is that a cognate? How do you say embarrassing in Spanish? I don't actually know. What do you mean, oops? I like that red mascot.
あの黄色いキャラクターは面白いですね。
Okay. That yellow mascot is funny, isn't it? Oh, that yellow mascot over there. Okay.
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。
いいえ、アニメは Oh, they haven't do anisong at all. いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません says no one. I'm just kidding. No, I don't really watch anime.
可愛いキャラクターのショーに行きましょうか。
Dan vergonzo vergonzo zoso. Zoso. Vergüenza. Or vergüenza? Vergüenza. Vergüenza. Huh. No, I am not familiar with that word at all. Interesting. Very embarrassing. Vergüenza. Vergüenza. Oh. Embarazoso. Embarazoso. Huh. There is a cognate. Okay, okay. Fair enough. Embarazoso. I dig it. Oh, shame. Okay. Shame. In terms of shame, like a phrase about that type of shame, or like, or disappointment. Yeah, disappointment. I remember the phrase "que lastima." Que lastima. As in, oh, drats. Oh, that's okay. Oh well. Que lastima. Kawaii, kawaii character no show ni ikimashou ka? Should we go to the cute mascot show?
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。Okay, I don't really watch romance movies, sure.
今日4時間サッカーをします。
今日4時間サッカーをします。I'm going to soccer all day long. I'm going to soccer all day long. I'm going to soccer. I'm going to play soccer for 4 hours today. Okay.
ジャズは聞きません。
ジャズは聞きません。I don't listen to jazz. Period. 時々スポーツのイベントで写真を撮ります。Okay.
時々スポーツのイベントで写真を撮ります。
そのバンドのアルバムを買います。
そのバンドのアルバムを買います。Not this. Why do you keep giving me this personalized practice? I'm going to buy that band's album. Whoops, not anime.
K-POP は聞きません。
K-POP は聞きません。Okay. I don't listen to K-pop, period.
毎週タクシーを洗います。
Don't tell that to Indy. He might get mad at you. Heckin' K-pop. Who listens to K-pop? Come on. I'm just kidding. Sorry, folks. Something has to be sacrificed. Cozy. My shoe. My shoe. What? My shoe. Oh, wait. My shoe. Taxi. Oh man, taxi looks so. My shoe taxi o araimasu. Oh wait, it's Indy's patent phrase. I wash something phrase. I wash the taxi. I wash the taxi every week.
時々スポーツのイベントで写真を撮ります。
Okay, we just did this. I sometimes take photos at sports events.
入場料はいくらですか？
入場料。入場料はいくらですか？ How much is the admission fee?
今日イベントで写真を撮ります。
今日イベントで写真を撮ります。I'm going to take photographs at an event today.
毎日このバンドのアルバムを聴きます。
What's the pop in China? Honestly, I have no idea. I know this is going to sound weird, but I grew up around the idea that Chinese people don't actually have a pop scene. And what I mean by that is they don't have a dynamic pop scene, as in the pop scene doesn't turn over very often. So it's more like it's very static. So it stays for a very long time. So the subgenres stay like fixed. Like you have ballads, you have ballads, you have ballads, and you have more ballads. And then you have opera, then you have folk, and then you have more ballads. Is there a hip hop out of China? I'm not sure. I can't even, or R&B, I'm not sure either. There's definitely a animosity against rock. So like very expressive music tends to stay static for a while. So they stay in the box for a very long time. Like the programming that I see on like advertisements and stuff, they stay pretty much pretty static. Pretty static. They don't like a lot of times the word pop is referring to whatever's in vogue, right? Whatever's in trend. So the current trends in China tends to reflect China pretty statically. I don't know if any Chinese people can help me out with that, but it's very hard to get a lens into China being not in China, right? It's very difficult to really know. You were a hip-hop dancer when you were very young. Oh, I imagine there's like physical limitations now, or have you stopped for other reasons? Maybe just getting older, I imagine. I can understand that. Why did you stop? Is what I'm asking. Tough to juggle, I imagine. Life. Some people respond with the ever-present looming word, life happened. Physical and stuff that happened in your life. Yeah, there you go. Yep, physical and stuff, and then life. Trauma, etc. Fair enough. Would you ever see yourself ever dabbling again as a hobby? To like say to heck with that junk, to heck with it, and have power over it again? Ooh. Well, keep me up. I would love to hear your journey on that one. 毎日このバンド always with the バンドのアルバムを聴きます。Okay. I listen to this band's albums every day.
J-POP はあまり聞きません。
J-POP はあまり聞きません。 I don't really listen to J-pop.
このバンドのアルバムはどこですか?
You're gonna go back to the gym and get back to it and stream a bit of it when I'm back in the game of it. Nice, nice. I look forward to that. Keep me up to date. Keep me up to date. I love that youthful phrasing. Show them who's boss. You know, don't let that stuff control you. You control that stuff. Heck yeah. このバンドのアルバムはどこですか? These questions. Where are this band's albums?
バスの運転手はバスを洗いますか?
And inevitably the question, do bus drivers, the $1 million question, do bus drivers wash buses?
今日タクシーを洗います。
And then of course ending with, I'm going to wash the taxi today. Naturally.
子供の入場料は2000円です。
Oh. 子供の入場料は2000円です。入場料。Admission fee for kids is 2,000 yen. And here's one of the things about having solid long-term memory. I know the next prompt. The next prompt is going to use the admission fee for adults is we're going to say 5,000 yen. I think that's the next prompt, unless this ends.
大人の入場料は4000円です。
Oh, heckin', it's 4,000 yen. The admission fee for adults is 4,000 yen. Yeah, because they have a fixed pool. It's not random. It's non-random. The personalized practice is non-random. So you can know the answer even before they show up. Yep. Limited pool of repetition. But you're not sure where the EU comps get held? Oh, hip-hop comps big with Mexicans and other places like that? Oh, I see. Ooh, competitive, huh? Which bar should we go? No. Which? Dono bar ni ikimashou ka? Dono. Ba.
行きましょうに。
行きましょうか? Dono aji wa. It's always these two. Dono. I think all my personalized practice are the same things every time in the last couple of chapters. Dono ashita. Dono aji wa. とても美味しいですね。よくうちがひらがなよくひらがなを勉強します No. Oh, 使います Use? Okay, sure. Wait. Sure.
お兄さんも写真家ですか?
You won a few competitions? Oh, nice. But the comps weren't in your country. Yeah, I see. Thanks, Nojo. Thanks again.
お兄さんも写真家ですか? お兄さんも写真家? ですか。お兄さんも写真家ですか？
Yep. Is your older brother also a photographer? Oh, 豚肉。
豚肉。
Oh, that's been a while. 同僚。
同僚。
甘い。
甘い。魚。
ソース。週末は友達と中国語を話します。週末は
友達と
友達と
中国語
を話します。週末は友達と中国語を話します。
週末は友達と中国語を話します。It's so much easier to use older vocab, for sure. Older vocab goes lickety split. You love to watch samurai movies, etc. with no sub or dubs. You already do that. I think most of them are very implicit. Very few words are exchanged in the long run, really. It's a very visual and tense and how should I say, like very felt type of cinema. No? You love to do that? I mean, you like to do that. Oh, you want to do that. Fair enough. You don't have to need subs. I mean, like it's very visually felt through their words too. Kind of nice. Like, I don't know if you watch old samurai movies, especially old ones like Kurosawa stuff. It's very felt. Also very harsh in words. Those movies I'll be watching when I'll be learning Japanese, that's fair enough. Fair enough. バスの運転手の仕事はどうですか
？4時間半英語を勉強します。4時間半。
What language?
英語を勉強します。4時間半英語を勉強します。
Not a weeb? Okay. I mean, loving to watch samurai movies, I don't really understand how that has anything to do with being a weeb. Samurai could be, you could be a historian. Usually, Kurosawa films are part of film history. So generally, cinematographers and film fans. You don't mind Death Note, One Punch, etc. Interesting. That's fairly open-minded of you. Although samurai films do not fill the weeb category, it fills cinema. So if you're a cinema junkie, yeah, you gotta get in your old samurai films. Part of movie making history. I will go to work around 9 a.m. 9時 no 午前9時頃仕事に行きます。午前9時頃 に
行きます。
仕事。仕事。Where's 仕事？
仕事行きます。
あOh, I was tapping in the wrong
今晩
order.
チームと晩ご飯を食べます。
今晩ゲームと晩ご飯を食べます。Okay. Oh, チーム。I said ゲーム。チーム。I'm going to eat with my team. I'm going to eat dinner with my team tonight.
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
クライアントとミーティングがあります。Okay. We have a meeting with a client. Oh, I was gonna say like tomorrow or something, maybe.
この青いキャラクターも可愛いですね。
この青いキャラクターも可愛いですね。This blue 青い this blue mascot is also cute, isn't it? Okay, let's not tap the wrong order again. Goes in. 9時。ゴロ。仕事に行きます。Do we do kanji again? No. Yeah, let's continue. We have time. I really need. Oh, let's do more kanji. Where were we? We were up here. 7時。Okay. 7時。何時？ 7時。時間。3時。4時。4時。7時。何時？
何時？
7時。
G. Yeah, I'm behind actually. I'm behind right now. Gotta finish this entire unit.
7時。
何時？
G.
2
2
時。
時。7時。
何時？3時。7月。
I screwed up. That's my bad. 4時。
4時。
4つ。
4時。
4時。4つ。
4時。4時。4つ。
4つ。
400。40分。4000。4つ。4時。4つ。4つ。4000。
4000。
買い物。4時。4つ。4時。4時。
I digressed a little too much today.
40分。
40分。
4時。4。400。4つ。4つ。4つ。日曜日。
日曜日。
30分。4時。
I got a chance to meet
4つ。
another ABC, so that's kind of sweet. Get a little nerded out. Can I get... We got Kinyobi ones. Can I get an I must, please? No? Okay. 11. Okay. 一つ。Sure. 一つ。11。11。
一つ。
Okay. 50分。1。10分。Oops, that's
10
two.
分。
Yikes.
一つ。11。一つ。
Okay.
11。1000。行きます。12時。一つ。11。10。40分。20分。
一つ。1時。11。
一つ。
Thanks.
一つ。つ。何時 ?11。何一つ。10。
Okay. Can I get an I must? Kinyobi? Okay. We'll try one more time. And then we're moving on to the next set.
金曜日
I still remember how to write I must.
金曜日
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 金曜日金曜日
The moment I have a random thought, my writing goes out the window. Alright, one more time. I must. Give it to me. Yugatsu. 月曜日
月曜9月
Okay.
9月9月月曜日9000
Oops.
9000
日曜日月曜日
9分
9分
9月月曜日
水曜日
曜日月曜日何ですか9月 7000 山9月 9月
日9月来月
来月月曜日9000月曜日
月曜日
月曜日9月12時4時4月
Okay. Alright, we're moving on. Let's do this set now. Kayobi. Okay, we got the ka. Fire.
火曜日
Fire.
火曜日
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 Let there be fire.
火曜日
Tamago? Tamago? Sakana? Oh, no writing though.
母たま
Tamago and sakana.
魚卵
Sakana. Chichi. Tamago. 4.
私
Watashi.
卵
Sakana.
魚卵
Tamago.
た
Go.
本。何？卵。魚。魚。魚。4。卵。父。私。卵。8。魚。何？6。
Introducing.
Yes, yes, yes. Can I get a tamago? No. Sure.
火曜日。
Another kai. Sure. Kayobi. I said kai. But
火曜日
Oh.
火曜日
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 Okay. Come on. Ka again. What is your fascination with ka? Come on.
火曜
Duo,
日
what are you doing?
火曜日
火曜。
火曜日
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 Sometimes? Mokuyobi. Oh, no mokuyobi. Okay, alright. Tamago.
卵。も、
Okay. Mokuyobi.
金曜日。卵。木曜日。母。月曜日。木曜日。木曜日。
Tamago.
木曜日。
え
木
Go.
土曜日。
Oh, I screwed up there. Okay.
卵。
Tamago.
木曜日。
Mokuyobi.
日曜日。
Nichiyobi.
卵。木曜日。卵。日曜日。本。土曜日。
Okay.
木曜日。日曜日。金曜日。卵。
Oops.
卵。木曜日。母。
Okay. Kayobi.
火
Kayobi again. Come on.
火曜日
We got three other choices.
火曜。
火曜日
How's this happening?
火曜日
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 Oh my god. Okay. Oh my goodness.
火曜日
What is this?
火曜日
火曜。
火曜日
I know. Fire.
火曜
Fire.
日
火曜日
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 Fire spreads, but man, this is ridiculous. Mizu? What? Oh, Suiyobi.
水曜。水。
Fair enough.
水。水。水曜日。水曜日。水。魚。日曜日。山。水曜日。水曜日。4。水曜日。水。8。ふる。水。水。水曜日。卵。火曜日。火。水曜日。水曜日。水曜日。見ます。2時半。分。水。
Come on. Mokuyobi. Is this it? Yes, we got the Mokuyobi. Okay. 50-50 now.
木曜日
木曜日
We just keep.
木曜
木曜日
Whoops.
木曜日
木曜
木曜。
木曜日。
木曜日。
木曜。Oh, wait. Okay. 卵。
木。
金曜日、月曜日、木曜日、母、卵。
木曜日。木、じ、じ、曜日。木曜日。日曜日。卵。木曜日。5。土曜日。卵。木曜日。本。卵。日曜日。土曜日。木曜日。日曜日。金曜日。木曜日。卵。母。
Alright, we're moving on to the next set. I think we have a little time. Oh, it's only Kai. So, Ikkai, Nankai.
1回。
Yeah, we still remember this. It's all good.
1回。
1回。1回。
1回。
1回。
何回。
何回。
Oops.
何回。
何回。1回。
Oh, it helps a
Nankai.
little. It's a little far.
1回。
Alright, that's the end of 15 minutes. Let's go back. Let's count some aminals. Let's go count some aminals.
渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。渋谷の人気のカフェ、猫カフェでに行きましょうの渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。で、渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。
渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。
渋谷の人気の猫カフェに行きましょう。
Okay. Yes. すみません。すみません。カプチーノはあまり飲みません。
飲みません。
Don't really drink cappuccino.
いろいろな猫がいます。
いろいろ
な
猫がいます。
猫がいます。
人気
の
猫カフェはどうですか？
面白い動物がいます。
面白い動物
動物
がいます。
います。面白い動物がいます。
人気の動物カフェに行きませんか？ Would you like to go to a popular animal cafe?
大きい動物がいます。
大きい動物がいます。I'm like naturally adding the ga, but I keep thinking I made a mistake. Weird. Okay.
います。います。大きい動物がいます。大きい
動物がいます。
大きい動物がいます。
There are big animals. There are big animals. 人気の猫カフェ カフェでカプチーノを飲みましょう。We should drink some cappuccino at the popular cat cafe. この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいですね。or です。Oh, that's cute that you have a nearby cafe that allows dogs. For the most part, they're in the United States, when it's outside of the city, there are various places with lots of doggos and cats. Yeah. Cities, the footprint is too small to accommodate. You're cheering me up in Japan? Hello there. Hello there. Thanks. I appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. この動物カフェのカプチーノは美味しいです。And out by the coast, there's an ice cream breakfast place they allow pets. Aw, that's cute. Yeah, in the city, usually there's a outside area, like, you know, parasols and like benches and stuff. Typically those are reserved for the restaurants and stuff, and then that's the pet area. But inside, the buildings are too crowded. Like the footprint is too small, so pets are not allowed in there because it's an endangerment to the pet and the people around. So, but yeah, when we're in the city, it's always kind of nice. But the footprint is too small for it. It's too crowded inside cities. The city places, I mean, people bump into tables already. It's a pretty small footprint. Real estate comes at a very high cost.
人気の猫カフェで紅茶を飲みませんか？
人気の猫カフェで Wait. Oh. カフェで紅茶を飲みませんか? Would you like to drink black tea at a popular cat cafe? いいですね。紅茶を飲みましょう。We should drink some black tea. Sounds good. You're in a village, not city. I see. Yeah, in the suburbs, I guess I would say in the suburbs, pretty much animals are allowed. Pets are allowed everywhere. It's practically lifeblood of the American suburbs. Pets are family members, right? They're synonymous with family members. In fact, you can go to a Starbucks and just request something specifically for your dog for free of charge for patrons. Actually, you don't even have to be a patron. They're gonna like pull up at a drive-through, and even chains and stuff offer things like libations and stuff for your pet. Doggy cups and stuff. Lots of doggy cups. I'm not sure how cats work. I don't think I've met someone who habitually take their cat joyriding. Dobutsu cafe wa tanoshii desu. Dobutsu inu. Oh, wait, not inu. Sorry, I was thinking dog in my head and I kept saying inu.
は
は
楽しいで
です。
猫カフェでカプチーノを飲みませんか？
猫カフェでカプチーノを食べませんか？ Would you like to drink cappuccino at a cat cafe? いいですね。猫カフェに行きましょう。We should go to a cat cafe. Sounds good. We should go to a cat cafe. There are lots of small animals. 小さい動物がたくさんいます。Okay.
動物がたくさん
Oh, I could do both.
います。
Probably. Oh, okay.
猫カフェ
Maybe
で
not.
温かいカプチーノを飲みましょう。
We'll never know. 猫カフェで温かいカプチーノ。猫カフェで温かいカプチーノを飲みましょう。Okay. We should get some. We should drink. Where's drink? We should drink some warm cappuccino at the. I'm starting saying cappuccino. Cappuccino at the cat cafe. The hamster cafe. ここは人気の猫カフェです。
ここは人気の猫カフェです。
Okay. Would you like to drink some cappuccino at the animal cafe? Where's my birds? I need to know how to say owl. Owls are pretty adorable. Would you like to unpopular opinion? No, possibly unpopular opinion.動物カフェで動物カフェでカプチーノを飲みませんか？
動物カフェでカプチーノを飲みませんか？
There are cute animals. かわいい動物がいます。
かわいい動物がいます。
Okay. Alright. Up and away, Adam. You have two
その
hearts.
猫の目は青いです。その
猫は青いです。
青い
Is that what you said?
水ですか。その猫の目は青いです。
目その猫の目は青いです
か。その猫の目は青いです。
その猫の目は青いです。
その猫の目は青いです。
目は青いです。Yeah. Okay. Look at this cute little fella. あの動物の目はとても大きいですね。
大きい。
動物の目はとても大きいですね。Gigantic eyes.
うるさい猫が一匹います。
Oh.
うるさい
うるさい
猫
猫が
一匹
一匹一匹い
い
ま。
ますす。うるさい猫が一匹います。
There is one annoying noisy cat. Cute. 猫が一匹います。
このカフェのパンケーキは有名です。この
something パンケーキ。
このカフェのパンケーキは有名です。
このカフェのパンケーキは something。
このカフェのパンケーキは有名です。
は有名です。
有名です。
I don't usually talk about famous foods too often. Or the idea that foods are famous as opposed to delicious and wonderfully scrumptious. ハムスターが一匹います。
ハムスター一匹。
一匹います。
あの茶色の動物は何ですか？あの茶色
のsome place の茶色 something
カメレオン
ハムスター
あの茶色の動物は何ですか？
動物は何ですか？茶色の猫が一匹います。
一匹
Sure. One brown cat.
ハムスタ
ー。
あの猫の目はとても大きいですね。
あの猫の目はとても大きいですね。The cat has gigantic eyes. That cat over there has very gigantic eyes. Which cat? Which cat? どの猫ですか？このカフェのパン I almost said pancakes このカフェのパンケーキは有名です。
この
No plurals or singular. Imagine.
カフェ
のパンケーキは有名です。
あの茶色の猫は可愛いですね。
あの茶色の猫は可愛いですね。Which cat? I'm just gonna say which cat all the time. Which dog? どの犬? どの人? Like, that's a really interesting person. Which person? Would you like to eat some pancakes? Okay. This I can get behind. Asking someone if they would like to eat some pancakes. Or just replace pancakes with pretty much any food item. Very useful phrase. Would you like to eat some X? Insert X. Okay. Pancake. I guess pancake を食べませんか? Cat equals dog, dog equals cat.
食べません。パンケーキを食べませんか？
このハムスターの目はとても可愛いです。
このハムスター このハムスターの目はとても可愛いです。Indeed. I'm not so sure about the eyes. You can barely see them. They're so beady. That's what makes them cute. Oh, it does say very cute though. This hamster's eyes are very cute.
パンケーキを食べませんか？
パンケーキを食べませんか？ Would you like to eat some pancake? パンケーキ。ハムスターはどこですか？
ハムスターはどこですか？
その茶色の猫は優しいです。or いいです。No, 優しい。優しいです。I was like, いいです。I'm like, oh, wait. Chill.
この優しい茶色
の猫は優しいです。Wait, did I? Sono, why did I pick Kono? Okay, it's fine. It's a lapse of judgment. It's fine. I make it through with one heart. We might have to get like one extra heart.
茶色の猫は優しい。
Oh, I did it again. I almost repeated the same mistake. Okay. Let's get some hearts. Do I want to do keyboard? Nah, we're not gonna do keyboard. We're already running out of time. Oh no. Fried rice. Chahan.
野菜はありません。
野菜はありません。Vegetables. I don't have any veggie tables. Ah!
木曜
8月に大学のイベントがあります。
8月に大学のイベントがあります。Okay. There's a event in wait. There's a university event in August. Fiction. Non-fiction. All right. This is new. A good review, I suppose. 今日のチャーハン。今日のチャーハンはとても美味しいですね。
魚はよく食べますか？魚は
Is this? I think I heard.
魚はよく食べますか？
よくは食べますか？よく What?
よく
魚よくは食べますか？ Okay, sure. Oh, wait. Oh, I swapped it around. Whoops. Okay. Non-fiction no本が本がたくさんあります。Sure.
木曜日に何を作りましょうか？木曜日に
Wait a minute.
木曜日に何を作りましょうか？ を作りましょうか。
作りましょう。Wait.
木曜日に何を作りましょうか。
Okay. What should we make on Thursday? That's kind of contextless. すみません。魚は食べません。Okay.
8月に花火大会があります。2、8月に花火大会があります。
花火大会
があります。8月に花火大会があり。
There's a fireworks display in August. 優しいカレー、wait. Yeah, 優しいカレーも、wait. No. 優しいカレーが欲しい。Oh, yeah. So, 優しいカレーも欲しいです。Hold up.
優しい彼氏もが欲しいです。
が欲しいです。I still. Hold up.
も。
私も because it's the subject. 私も優しい彼氏が欲しいです。いいえ。野菜 right? 野菜はありません。
いいえ、野菜はありません。
Do you want to watashi me? No, watashi. 彼女は優しい人です。
彼女は優しい人です。
Fiction はあまり読みません。いや、読みません。
フィクションはあまり
読みません。どこ？
読みません。
野菜はありません。
So what did I do here? I said I probably tapped I'm.
魚はよく食べますか？魚はよく食べますか？
Your bag, where did you even go, Indy? I feel betrayed. You were probably cheating on me, so that's fine. I'm just kidding. I'll come back, Indy.
耳。
うるさい犬が2匹います。
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 Yeah. I guess I love trash anime because my friend told me Rent a Girlfriend was a bad anime. Are you gonna watch it? Just to, you know. Wait, you've already watched it. Today we get to finish up Frien, so I'm looking forward to that.
うるさい犬が2匹います。
What the heck? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, sorry. You've watched 4 episodes? What are your thoughts, Indy? 茶色の猫と遊びましょう。
あのカフェに白い犬がいます。
カフェ。
あのカフェに白い犬がいます。2
白い
犬
がいます。
あのカフェに白い犬がいます。
Okay. There's a white dog in that cafe over there. Aw, that's cute too. Paco! A dog named Paco. Classic dog name, Paco. You only watch 3 to 4 episodes of an anime a day as a rule, so I don't binge them. Skill issue. I'm just kidding. That sounds very reasonable. その犬は美味しい食べ物を食べます。Sure.
食べます。黒いハムスターが2匹います。
黒い2匹。Wait.
黒いハムスターが2匹います。
ハムスターが2匹います。
黒いハムスターが2匹います。
You love the anime so far? I really like when the MC is screwed up but is overly optimistic. I see. I'm guessing you watched all the other ones too, right? Well, not. I guess the other ones aren't too screwed up, but maybe like, I guess you already watched like Bocchi the Rock, right? That's basically your personality. Are you telling me you're screwed up, but overly optimistic? Okay. That's very telling, Indy. Well, at least you're aware of it. I haven't watched Bocchi the Rock yet, but I've been told you should watch that because just describe Bocchi the Rock. Bocchi the Rock. At least that's how I go about saying that anyway. Or something more recent. I kind of like this isn't the same female main character instead, I suppose. Your boy Kome. Have you seen that? Oh, there's a lot. This is like an archetype. The trauma plus MC equals compelling narrative. This is classic 101. You've never heard about that? There's some hip hop and some slight singing in it too, and it has a very cute song that is like kind of like hip. Your boy Kome. I would highly suggest that too. It's about apprehension and insecurity, but while seeking dreams. And your boy Kome has an interesting one, a very interesting one. It's quite hip. So that's another one. Have you seen Odd Taxi? Odd Taxi? That's an older one about a guy has a very trauma, but also very composed and is a beacon of pragmatism and like rock foundation for other people. But the guy himself is kind of coping hard. So Odd Taxi is fantastic as well. It's a really big MC archetype, so you have no shortage. I think you should binge for as long as it's not cutting into your productivity. I think there's not a shortage. It's a very trending MC, so even in the last, I can think of 15 shows off the top of my head that I would shove into your binge watching list. They're very wonderful. It's a very big trend right now. If you resonate really well with those types of characters. Odd Taxi is a personal hidden gem in the last 5 years. I really quite enjoyed Odd Taxi. Incredibly underrated. Incredibly underrated, if I had to say so humbly. この動物カフェに犬がいます。Sure.
にが
works. Right. Sorry, I thought of something else. 優しい猫が How do I do this? 2匹います。2匹います。
優しい猫が2匹います。
このカフェ sorry, I'm thinking of all the anime titles that would fit that criteria, and it's like there's just so many going on. I'm like, maybe I should suggest something else. Like there's so many of them. Trauma plus MC is like a meme right now. People know you put trauma on top of how do you make profound character development? Dash trauma. Sprinkle trauma on top as a convention. Kono, and I'm a sucker for that. So, although I'm a sucker for it in a sense of a behavioral perspective, I like to see how people explore recovering from trauma. Like I love the narrative of people overcoming trauma and empowering them, and how to like advantageously, or even the crueler ones where you would fit on the realistic side, how trauma takes a person and takes a toll on a person. I love evaluating and seeing people creatively explore the avenues of how trauma works. Maybe I'm just into tsundere girls like Toradora. I'm guessing we already talked about Toradora, right? That's what you call a chisuru. Chizuru. Yeah. Toradora would be the tsundere of choice for a lot of people. When it comes to tsundere behavior, I think Toradora nailed it right on top of it. Yep. Classical. I just didn't like that Taiga was a lolly. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, true. So not into lolicon. I see. このカフェにハムスターがいます。ハムスターがいます。
にが
Okay. Why do you keep giving me these phrases? Okay, sorry. I'm composed. I'm fine.
猫が2匹います。
Okay.
ハムスターと遊びませんか？
ハムスターと遊びませんか？いいですね。No, いいですね。遊びましょう。Fair enough. We should play with them. ハムスターの耳は小さいですね。Okay. ハムスターの耳は小さいですね。 To get back on track though, I don't remember these lessons. Are these new? What unit am I on? I'm on unit section 2, unit 16. I think.
犬と遊びませんか?
Inuto, it's about counting aminals. I'm counting aminals. Inuto asobimasen ka? Asobimashou! Let's play with the dogs.
この猫の耳は大きいですね。
この猫の耳は大きいですね。Big ears. Wait, a cat that has big ears? This cat's ears are big, aren't they?
あの動物と遊びませんか?
あの動物と遊びませんか? 遊びましょう! Sorry. I'm trying to pump some more energy into my voice right now. It's growing weaker as we speak. この猫の耳は大きいですね。
この猫の
耳は大きいですね。I usually go around time. Sometimes. I think most of the time, usually off now, but I got sidetracked today. Twice. 3 times. Actually, I got sidetracked 4 times today. I think by the time I get sidetracked 3 times, it's immediately going to be like another hour. There's a black cat in this cafe. Okay, let's see. Oh no, cafe de 黒い猫がいます。ダダダダ、このカフェ、ダダダダ。このカフェに黒い猫がいます。We're almost there.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Not right now. Oh my gosh. I'm actually really far behind. I underestimated how much.
ハムスターの口は小さいです。ハムスターの口は小さいです。
ハムスターの口は小さいです。
小さいです。
I mean, sure.
ハムスターの口は小さいです。
I mean, it is kind of small, right? 2年生。Oh, they're combining this stuff now. 2年生。口。駅。4年生。何年生。
このハムスターの口はかわいいですね。このハムスターの口はかわいいですね。
I'm not sure if I would ever say this, but
このハムスターの口はかわいいですね。
They do kind of, it is kind of cute. このハムスターの口はかわいいですね。トマトサラダをください。I don't know what their fascination with tomato salads, but hey.
この部屋にどんな動物がいますか?
Maybe it'll be said while you're on a date. Oh, yeah. I call everything cute. It's almost redundant. I've overused the word cute to the extent that people around me don't even phase when I use the word cute anymore. It replaced interesting. Like, oh, like someone tells you a whole story for like 10 minutes, like, oh, that's cute. That's pretty much my phrase most of the time. Oh yeah, that's lovely. It's kind of cute too.
この部屋にどんな動物がいますか？この
部屋 wait. Oh. この部屋
この部屋にどんな動物がいますか？
に動物 something 動物が do I have a mount? No.
この部屋にどんな動物がいますか？
Oh, どんな動物がいますか？ I still rarely heard lively. Oh. Nikiyaka? Wait. Nikiyaka or a Genki? Oh, in English, lively. Oh, like someone says, wow, that's a lively festival we have here. Wow, it's very lively here. I think the word they're really going for is it's very exciting here. If you know what I mean. Like, it's very exciting. I think the word they're going for is exciting. Yeah, 7 hours. 7 hours keep. Like a club is lively, yeah, but I would say that it's very exciting. You know what word I would use? And I don't know if they would use it. I use the word electric. It's an old school way of saying things, but I have adopted the word electric. The feeling in the room is electric. Or invigorating. Or something like that. But electric. I like the eccentricity of that. Was that a dad joke? The electricity of electric. You know, the eccentricity of electric. The atmosphere is electric. I borrowed it from this dramatization. I don't know if you watch dramatizations of famous people, but a Cumberbatch portrayed an artist who coincidentally draws cats, by the way. I've got what it's called. Let me see. And he described things as electric. It's the electric life of something. The electric life of... maybe, I think. Yeah. The electric life of Louis Wayne. As portrayed by Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, life is electric. That's what I think of whenever I hear Nikiyaka. Or Genki. Apparently Genki has some uses to portray liveliness as well.
この部屋にどんな動物がいますか？
Okay. この部屋に猫が3匹います。
この3匹？猫は何匹いますか？
猫は何匹？いや、何匹いますか？猫は何匹？Oh my. 猫は何匹いますか？3匹います。3. There are 3. There are 3. このカフェに このカフェにハムスターが3匹います。
この3匹。
ハムスターは何匹いますか？
ハムスターは何匹いますか？ That transition between います and biki, hiki, and piki is a little bit still left for desire from me. いい匹います。Is this the cat's room? Oh, that's a new expression. Interesting. ここは猫の部屋ですか？
猫の口。
Okay. A cat's mouth. I see what they did here. Look at this. Low blow duo. A cat's mouth. Low blow. This cat's cafe tomato salad is big.
この猫
カフェのトマトサラダは大きいです。And no, shush. We're not adding S's, okay? We're not adding S's.
白い犬は何匹いますか？
白い犬は何匹いますか？ Okay, how many white dogs are there? Okay, we're getting there. Would you like to eat tomato salad? Says ask no one. I'm just kidding. トマトサラダを食べませんか？ Okay, I forgot. トマトサラダ。トマトサラダ。Alright. We got 3 more.
カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。
I totally talked over it, but let's say カフ
ェ
ェのI need to hear it.
カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。隅に猫が2匹います。カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。
Wait.
カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。
Okay. Yeah. カフェの隅に猫がOh my gosh, 2匹います。2匹います。そう。カフェの隅に猫が2匹います。Oh, that's cute. Weird and cute. 犬ははい。犬は毎日カラフル。Oh, カラフル。Colorful. 犬は毎日カラフルな something. What's colorful? We got article clothing. ジャケットをいます。Interesting. Okay.
隅にハムスターが2匹います。ハムスター
Wait.
あの隅にハムスターが2匹います。隅にが2匹います。あの隅にハムスターが2匹います。
隅にハムスターが2匹います。猫が4匹はいます。Okay. Sorry.
カフェにカメレオンが4匹います。カフェにカメレオンが4匹います。カフェにカメレオンが4匹います。
Okay. カフェにカメレオンが4匹4匹います。カフェにカメレオンが4匹います。その部屋にハムスターが4匹います。
4匹
カラフルカメレオンですね。いや、カラフルなカメレオンですね。隅にカメレオンが1匹います。
1匹
います。その犬の鼻はきれいですね。
その犬の鼻はきれいですね。
この部屋に犬が4匹います。
犬4匹。
この犬の鼻は大きいですね。
この犬の鼻は大きいですね。
あのカラフルなカメレオンと写真を撮りましょう。
OK。はい、撮りましょう。Yeah, take the photo. We should take some photos of the chameleon. The colorful chameleon, that particular colorful chameleon over there, right? Sure.
部屋の隅にハムスターが3匹います。
Okay. There are 3 hamsters in the room. Heya no sumi. Oh. In the corner of the room. Yeah, 部屋の隅にハムスターが3匹います。
あの隅で犬と写真を撮りましょう。
Sure. あれが、乗り換えです。乗り換えです。It is a transfer. いいですね。撮りましょう。Yeah, take pictures of the dog over there. The dog in the corner over there.
その犬の花は綺麗ですね。
その犬は、その犬の花は綺麗ですね。Okay. Dog's nose. There he is. Okay. このカラフルなケーキは美味しいです。
この
Okay.
カラフルなケーキは美味しいです。
I mean, it's a party cake. Colorful cakes. It's a party cake. Come on. Party cakes are pretty tasty. Neko. Neko. Oh my gosh, I said Neko. I went to say cat and Neko came out of my mouth. That was weird. Neko no hana wa kawaii desu. Okay, sure. I legitimately thought cat. Like, just for the moment, I was reading this statement. I'm like, Neko. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm trying to say cats' noses are cute. Oh, no. Neko no hana wa kawaii desu. That was weird. It hasn't happened yet. Okay. Oh, we're definitely not doing our 15 minutes of kanji, are we? Yeah, we're gonna squeeze in 15 minutes of kanji. I have to get my 15 minutes. Where I'm so behind. It's working. Tom Bain says it's working. That brown cat is nice. Okay. So, sono chairo その茶色の猫は優しいです。Right?
その優しい
That's not it. That's not it. Stop.
茶色の猫は優しいです。
猫の花は可愛いです。
Okay. I'm gonna stop reciting now because I think I've said the same couple lines. My voice is kind of giving out, so we'll keep it a little low now.
猫は何匹いますか？
Rest for a little bit. How many? 2. How many cats are there? 2.
静かな猫が好きです。
Oh, hey, Shizuka. Shizuka. They haven't used Shizuka na. What the heck? Now you break it out? And even Skides. They brought out Skides all of a sudden. What the heck? Where can you find a quiet cat? I like quiet cat. That's where can you find a quiet cat?
あの隅で犬と写真を撮りましょう。
Whenever they're not hungry. You know? A well-fed cat is a quiet cat. 隅で、隅で、目と、犬、okay. 隅で犬と写真を撮りましょう。Just take it. Just take all the
トマトサラダ。
What is your fascination with tomato salads, huh?
ハムスターは何匹いますか？
How many hamsters? One. Just one.
部屋の隅にハムスターが3匹います。
There are 3? Okay. I don't even look at the prompts anymore, honestly. At this point, there are 3 hamsters. Oh no. in the corner of the room. Oh no. We gotta make sure. Okay.
あの茶色の猫は可愛いですね。
Which one? Which cat? hamster no mimi wa chisai desu ne. Right.
ハムスターの耳は小さいでね。
Okay. Neko no kuchi.
ねの口。
Okay.
猫の花花は川です。
Moving right along. All right. 15 minutes of
Introducing the
kanji.
Duolingo
No.
family
Stop. Not right now. Let's do our 15 minutes of kanji. We haven't gotten to this stuff. We need to review this stuff now. I'm slacking. All right. Okay. Okay. Kuji-kan. Okay. Kugatsu.
900
Oh.
9月
No one saw that. Kuji-kan. Okay. Kugatsu. 9000.
9時間
時間 4時間 Okay.
9
9月 Okay. 9月
9時間
Okay. 9時間
く時間
9月
Q Q Q Q 4時間9時間時間来月
9月
Alright. Sure. Can we hit skurimasu? Can we hit skurimasu? 10
10
分
分
12月
じ
Okay. 10分 Okay.
12
12
月
月
10
10
分
分
30
30
分
分
12
9
9分
分
12
12
月
月12月
分
10
10
分
分
12月
10 again
10分40分
Oh, 40分 Whoops 9
9分
分12 12
12月
月 Okay 作ります or 書きます Come on 4時間
40分
Whoops
4時間
Just kidding 4つ
4時間
4時間
何時4
That's
時
not it 4時間
よ
4つ Sorry 4つ4時間
4時間4時間よ時間4つ
Okay
よ
4つ
4時間
4000 400
4 4つ4つ
うん
1時半
うん
4つ東京1回4時間よ時間4つ4時間4000
400
40分4つ4つ
I'm trying to stay in cadence. It's kind of forcing myself to go a little faster.
水4時間
Oops.
4時間9分4つ4
Okay. Okay. 作ります書きます
かい
I I clicked on kaimasu. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's over. It's time to retire.
書きます。
Okay.
書きます。
書きます。
This is such a toxic
書きます。
kanji.
書きます。
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 Okay. Alright, let's try to get skurimasu right off the bat.
12
12 and
12
12
月
月 okay.
30分2分10時12 12月12月
12
I'm like, what?
12
12月
10 sure. 12月40分12 15
15分
分
30
30
分
分
Get more.
Not right now. 作ります。31日 There we go. 10分
31日
10分
10分
31
31
日
日31日11に10分
日曜日31日7分10分月曜日
10分10分新聞7分31日10分9月31日1、1、11、2
15分
金曜日10分
土曜日
31
31
日
日
10分10分2つ31日時10分山
作ります No, no dice 12月
10
Sure 月曜日
月曜12月12月12月月曜日
日曜日来月
月曜日
12月
20分月曜日月曜日月曜日9000 12月100休み12月12月
40分
20分月曜日12月日曜日月曜日 月曜日山口月曜日何ですか？12月10時
Alright, let's go down here. Hito. Hito.
Hito.
Hito.
Hito.
Hito. Hito. Hito.
Palate cleanser. Alright, we'll probably skip this too.
Hito.
I don't
Hito.
think.
Hito.
Hito.
I don't remember
Hito.
what the other things
Hito.
are about. Is it people? Oh, it's the different. Oh, it's like nomimono, and sanpyaku, and hapyaku. After learning 1 to 10 and days of the week, I say to heck with kanji. All right. Nomimono. Yonensei. 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 Nomimono. Nomimono. Yonensei. Yonensei. Kaimono. Sakana.
3年生 飲み物
Nomimono.
飲み物
え
のみも
Yonensei.
よん飲み物
Nomimono.
の買い物
2
2年
年
生
生。
飲み物
4
4年
年
生
生。
食べ物
Oh.
4年生よ年生4年生卵3年生食べ物飲み物
Okay.
のみも3年生飲み物食べ物買い物4年
Okay. Still got time. Nomimono. Yonensei. Again?
Yo.
Come on, stop picking the same things.
飲み物4年生3年生魚買い物飲み物のみも4飲み物の飲み物食べ物2年生4年生買い物4年生よ年生飲み物3年生4年生食べ物卵のみもの3年生食べ物飲み物買い物4
Still got time. Eki? Give me Eki. Sensei. Okay.
先生。
先生
先生
先生先生
先生
先生
先生。
Okay. Eki? 何年生
なん
1年生 Oh, we got the other one. Nen. Which we found out today is also
何年生
year. Can be used for
1年
year.
生。
何年生。
何年生。
1年生。
Oops.
何
No one
年
saw
生
that.
1年
Stroke
生
order.
2年生。
何年生
Got time. Eki? Eki. Okay. This one's a little sus,
Eki.
actually. What you call it? Whoops. Stroke order. Because of that part. It's a programming thing.
駅、
駅。
駅、
駅。
駅。
駅、
駅。
Yes, yes, yes. It yells at me because
Eki.
it keeps registering double inputs there. Alright, 15 minutes are up. Alright, one last review. Let's go. Unit 16 review. End of the day. Cute. Very cute. 茶色の猫と遊びましょ
猫。
このカフェのトマトサラダはとても美味しいです。サラダとケーキを食べましょうか。
う。Well, they order tomato salad and cakes. Two different orders, right, Indy? Two different orders. Heckin' two different orders. Well played, Indy. Are you from Germany, Kai? Kai-san. Where are you?
Kai.
Kai-san はドイツ
ドイツ。
ドイツ
出
出
身
身ですか？
このカフェのお茶はとても高いですね。でもコーヒーは安いです。カプチーノを飲みましょう。
バレンティア、バレンティア、バレンティア、バレンティア、いや、バランティア、バランティアサークル、バランティアサークルも優しいですね。
ボランティア。
ボランティア、おやっぱ、ボランティア。カタカナ。ボランティアサークルも、oh, nice. いいですね。
いい。
いや、いいですね。
ですね。ハムスターの口は小さいです。
I say yasashi, but that's not. I meant you can't use that for this purpose, usually.
ハムスターの口は小さいです。ハムスタ
ーの口
は
は小さいです。
ハムスターの口は小さいです。
Fair enough. I'm trying to resist sneezing. One second. All right. I also know German. 私もドイツ語ができます。
私もドイツ語ができます。
このカフェに犬が3匹います。この
Wait.
このカフェに犬が3匹います。カフェ
に犬が3匹います。
います。このカフェに犬が3匹います。
このカフェに犬が3匹います。
このカフェに犬が3匹います。
Okay, sure.
サムさんは何年生ですか？
サムさんは何年生ですか？私は1年生です。アイさんは Right. Reflected.
あの部屋で犬と遊びましょうか？あの部屋で犬と遊びましょうか？あの部屋で犬と遊びましょうか？
あの部屋で犬と遊びましょうか？あの部屋で犬と遊びましょうか？
ナオミさんの専攻は何ですか？
Wait. Oh, what's Naomi-san's major? 私のincense は数学です。Sorry. 専攻。It's an inside joke. It's an incense joke. That could be misinterpreted out of context. 私の専攻は数学です。Math.
アンドリューさんはどの言語を勉強しますか？
Oh, there's the 言語。言語を勉強します。What language do you study? So, which language are you going to study, Andrew?
人気の猫カフェで紅茶を飲みませんか？
人気の猫カフェで紅茶を飲みませんか？いいですね。紅茶を飲みましょう。Let's drink black tea.
私のアパートはキャンパスの近くです。
私のアパートはキャンパスの近くです。My apartment is near campus.
その部屋に大きい猫が4匹います。
その部屋に大きい猫が4匹います。There are 4 big cats in that room. And we're good. Hooray! I'm actually running out of days to complete section 2 before the review. I might have to extend the day. I don't think I can do the review day on day 76. Because I need 6 days to complete the last 2 sections. Or I could crush it out 1 extra day. Ooh, that's kind of tough. We're pushing the envelope here. Let's look at a sneak peek at the guidebook for Unit 17. Discuss outdoor activities. Eat in a restaurant. Would you like to go Hokkaido? To Hokkaido. Kaido. Yeah, Hokkaido. Hokkaido. Barbecue. Yakiniku? Itsu. Okay, Itsu when? Are you serious? You're not gonna even give me yakiniku? You're gonna give me barbecue? Oh my gosh. Come on, Duolingo. You're gonna give me barbecue. Okay, fine. It works. Barbecue. Oh, new month.
5月5月1日がいいです。
5月. No change. 5 comes through again. Go always comes through, man. So far, Go is the MVP. 5月. Okay. 5月1日 probably. 1日. 1日, right?
5月1日がいいです。
What?
1日。
Wait, what?
5月1日がいいです。
Did that just say 1日?
5月1日がいいです。
5
月1日がいいです。
日?
日。
Well, we're gonna find out tomorrow, I guess. Where is good? どこがいいですか? Yeah, that's fair. That's a pretty good phrase. Oh, river. We got river, finally. Right?
No, 川?
Oh, we have the kanji for river, kawa. Which kind of looks like, a river. Kawa. So we got kawa and the
Kawa?
kanji for kawa. Okay. Views. Where is view? Hokkaido. No. Yeah, Hokkaido. No. Keshiki.
Keshiki.
Keshiki. Views. Okay. Sure. What else we got? Eat in a restaurant. How many people? Okay, sure. Non-mei. Non-mei-chima. Wait. Wait, hold on.
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか?
Oh, sama. Nanmei sama desu ka? Mei sama. Nanmei sama. Okay, so sama.
Sa.
Okay, sure. And then we're counting people again.
人.
Now we're using as nin, right?
4人です。
Yep, nin. Everyone has already told me this. Nin. A couple times already. Oolong tea. Udon. Okay, udon, fine, sure. And then ordering, still the same. Dumplings. How do you say dumplings? Gyoza? Are we using gyoza? Yeah, gyoza. I was about to say, if they dumpling me or like give me a katakana, I'm gonna flip the table. Yeah, gyoza. Gyoza and total. Ikura, but how do you say gozen?
全部でいくらですか?
Bude. Bude ikura. Okay. Bude. So about how much? Okay then. I swear, they give me dumpling, I'm gonna do a barbecue. Barbecue, I'll accept. Okay, fine. Barbecue. Even though yakiniku would be perfectly fine. Yakiniku would totally be fine. What is this? Why 6? What's wrong with 6?
6.
Is it still the same?
全部で6000円です。
Okay. Roku stays the same. Alright, cool. Some things to talk about.
Yo.
Eating at a restaurant is useful. I want to see how many different things they're gonna... Besides ordering, I need more restaurant, like, food vocabulary. Not just how much it costs and... like... I need like oh well, I do have a lot of vocab actually. I have salty, sweet, no sour, bitter, no bitter. So bitter, sour, savory, like umami. Smells, no way to describe the food smells good. Fatty, like there's a lot of descriptions in food talk that's missing really at the moment. And then outdoor activities, the sky's the limit for outdoor activity really. Hiking, I'm missing hiking, biking. We have running, kinda swimming, I guess. Like we're missing like things like climbing, lots of sports already. So we did all the sport, lots of sports, but there's no like normal peep things, you know, like going for a walk kind of thing. Still missing those things. Outside, touching grass. Touching grass. All right. That's a good wrap for today. All right, folks. There you have it. It's the end of day 70. I think we're gonna extend it. The review is gonna be on day 77 and not 76. I don't want to push it too hard. I was supposed to do a review every 75 days, after 75 days, so it would have been day 76. But I think I'm gonna push it one day so that I don't rush more. I'm on averaging 3 days a unit. The first half, the second half, then the repeats. We'll see how it works out. There's a chance I might crush it out. I don't know. Alright, folks. End of day 70. Thank you for listening. Thanks for chilling. I hope everyone else is having fun doing whatever they're doing to keep entertained. Had a lot of digressions today. But ultimately, I think the one important message I want to leave for the day is that I really love language learning. However, the languages that are very confined and don't have enough reach, Japanese is one of them, as being a very heavily culturally influential, like not the language itself, but the Japanese culture itself and the people are heavily influential. However, one of the messages I wanted to say today is I think the Japanese language itself has room for diversity on the internet. I think that will greatly expand and extend the influence of Japanese. So while we keep an open heart, our high standards can prevent the spread of Japanese. And to me, it's been a pleasure and wonders of talking to people in the Japanese learning language, Japanese learning community. However, it's marred by a lot of closed-minded, like conformity things that I honestly still feel is very coincidentally aligned with the Japanese culture. So like, if the nail isn't quite straight, I think that's still okay. I think there's enough room for that. I kind of want Japanese to be a lot more spread out and popular and stuff. I think the Japanese culture and people are incredibly influential. Their language can be a little bit daunting, in the sense of the attitude and behavior surrounding the language. And I understand that it requires a lot of discipline and commitment, but it also restricts how far it reaches. People tend to find that bar a little bit high, relatively speaking, so it ultimately restricts the influence of your language. We'll see how Japanese turn out in another 10 years, really. Like, we already seen the high pace of katakana, right? The whole like English thing, but not just English. I kind of would love to see different types of dictation, maybe the normalization of varying flexibilities and pitch accents and stuff. I know that would go against the whole like, do you sound native or not? But oftentimes, one could sound native and not native at the same time, right? I've seen people with multiple accents. In fact,
it's incredibly impressive when someone can speak in one language with multiple accents. It's very refreshing. It shows the flexibility and draw and appeal of the language. So one message I really would like to leave it out there for people. I think the internet has enough diversity for more than one type of Japanese. With all due respect and humbleness, if I go to Japan, I'll try to speak as the Japanese do, right? When in Japan, do as Japanese do, right? At the same time, I think there's enough room to have more than one thing, and it can really greatly increase the friendly, approachable nature of Japanese. The higher that bar is raised, the less likely people are willing to commit to understanding a beautiful language and the culture and users of that language. With that said, as always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, both in mind, body, and spirit. Keep on learning, folks, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. As always, mata ashita. Ja ne.